Okay.
July.
Yes, sir.
Call to order of the Appraisal Review Board for Aransas County. It is June the 16th at 8:30. Do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for protest hearings.
Morning.
Morning.
We waited.
Okay.
4-2 is not bad. 4-2 is not bad.
I know, that's good.
Yeah.
I didn't see the whole game on it.
I saw it get to 4-1 and said, that's it.
Yeah,
They
and
won.
then they scored another goal.
Yeah. I don't know, it might have been an empty net.
Hmm?
It might have been an empty net goal.
I'll pay it then, I didn't see the final. But I don't know why. They do that for 2 more goals. So,
Yes, it's 14-7. Well,
Yeah, we're still kind of remodeling. So the humidity is really bad in here. This is Angela.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning. You can around this way. The door's there. You're gonna get blinded.
And either chair?
Either chair's fine. But we'll let you know when.
Okay. All right.
Okay, we have some administrivia to go through before we get started. I'll go through it and I might have a few questions as I go along. Just follow along with. We're opening a hearing on case number 2021-1417, account 15224. This hearing is being recorded. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We're the review board and the appraisal district seat is up there. Shortly. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and email to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with all the particulars in it and also instructions on how you can proceed if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence?
Yes.
Very
You
good.
have my email, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we have,
Oh, okay.
good package.
Thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Captain Cochran, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I, Scott Wager, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Your turn, Nathan.
I, Angela Trula, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you. Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And do you hold an appraiser's license?
Do I hold an appraiser's license?
Yes.
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. And you have a piece of paper over there to the right of the oath that shows how we proceed with the hearing. You have to choose, do you want to go first or do you want Mike to go first for the district?
It doesn't matter.
The governor says you have to choose.
Oh, I have to choose.
Yes, you have to.
Okay, well then I'll let Mr. Soto
So,
Yes.
go
yes,
first. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. If you don't mind, we're gonna get the light so we can see a little bit better. So the subject property, thank you. The subject property is in City by the Sea. Last year, we kind of had just land value being rebuilt. And so we had little to no value last year. We can go to the card. You can see that we have like an old structure, 1975, that was being rebuilt. So it's basically newer or newish. You can see that it's an old style, but it has new elements associated with it. We have a value of $386,000 and change on the subject. We have a 4SS, so we have a basic home. So just in our classification system, we have from 1 to 7. 1 is a poor home, 7 is an excellent home, the middle is a 4. So we're saying here's an average home. Standard siding, so that's a wood frame home, is what we have on as. We had a transaction this last year. Was that a true sale, or was that were you related to Mr. Hall or Mr. and Mrs. Hall?
I'm not related, I know them, and that's how I heard about the property,
Gotcha. Okay, that's okay.
but the date is incorrect.
Okay, that's probably the day we entered it.
It's close.
Okay, sounds great. This is the property in question right here that we have. The imagery is terrible for this area for whatever reason. So continue on. I don't have the sale of the subject property, but the subject property owners indicated that they knew the people, so I don't even know if it's relevant for a market value transaction because it may not have been open to the regular market. It was a recent rebuild and then sale after that. So the other properties that have sold, the 2 things that are processed for market value and unequal compared to the properties. The subject property currently has some sales in City by the Sea. So you see 197 Port Royal and 184 Port Royal. Those are, when you look at the classifications, the sizes, the differences in land. So you can see a good example is from the subject, number 2, they're identical land with no adjustment. You can see that this one has 1,614 square feet as opposed to 1,432, and that's adjusted in these main area elements right here. There's many adjustments that go on due to the effective age, the size of the land, and they produce values down here. We've got 378 and 377. reportedly. And then comp number 3 is on the starboard. This one produces a value of 375. Notice we have 386. From a market value standpoint, we can only produce a value of 377 and change. Moving forward, from an equity standpoint, it's pushing much the same value, 378 and change. These are not necessarily sales, they're just other 4 SSs that happen to be in City by the Sea as well. And so, again, they're adjusted for effective age, they're adjusted for size, they're adjusted for land element, like this is 6,000 square feet, this is 6,000 square feet, 162,000, 162,000. Where there are differences, they'll be played out in the actual elements themselves, pluses and minuses, whether the subject is better or worse than comp. Again, in those purported values, 366, 373, and the last one is 378, 420, I guess. On the last one, right? Comp 3. So 399 and 383. The median, do I have any more? Yeah, that's it. So the median of those values is 378, 482. So from a market value standpoint, I can produce 377 and change. From an equity standpoint, I can produce 378 and change. You should absolutely agree with the property owner to that extent. I don't know the sale price of that subject.
All right. So Angeli, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes to make your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer here.
Thank you. So on my cross-examination, I will get your information. I'm sorry.
You're
asking me.
Yeah, you're
Okay. I noticed that the picture you use is from pre-RV,
It is.
and most of that structure you see from the front of the home
Right.
is actually destroyed. So an elevator, which I assume was, it seemed like it must have been a fairly substantial expense, could not be salvaged, and so it had to be completely.
Yeah, let me go to my, it is an older picture. These are the elements that we have. We have no elevator. So,
Okay, the fireplace was also destroyed pre-purchase.
okay,
And so like where you see the staircase come in, essentially that was all.
okay, that's right. 1,500, that's an internal item, that's $1,500. We could actually remove it from the thing. So we don't have to.
Sure, when I see these, I just start thinking
Yeah,
it's
for
not really been assessed fairly for what it is. If you'll notice, like even on this picture, you can see like the backyard, there's nothing there. You can see pools, bulkheads, still on the yard, grass, and that's still current with the exception of several of the palm trees died in February, when we had when there was snow everywhere. So
Would you like to go back to the other three? She wants to just go to the.
yeah, I mean, I think you can tell. I mean, you can pretty much tell that's sand there, not yard. But if you go back to the unzoomed, thank you, and then just scroll down some more, and keep going down. Okay, and then like 197. I think it's 197. I know that house doesn't look like much from the front, but the back has like a really nice boat slip, not just a boat lift, and concrete sidewalks and all those things. And I mean, I see that you've adjusted the property down, but like a boat slip, I think is worth a lot more than even 30,000. And no matter, you see what I'm saying, like the value seems
I
different.
wish you could come in and convince some other property owners that a boat slip is worth 30,000. That would be a great thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's worth more. I mean,
I need to get her in here.
but I'm just saying, and these are a lot of things that like I would love to have, but just is not affordable to me. And then like this home right down here, has some outdoor storage, this 184. That also has a nice new hardy siding. And like that was another item that which wasn't in the budget. So I had just replaced the pieces with the same wood that's been here forever, and I don't know I don't know all your codes.
Yeah, I can, like the last thing you brought up, this is The 5FB stands for fiberboard, so it is a hardy plank. So we recognize that there's a difference right here. We recognize that there's a difference for like the other one that you brought up, like a boat lift, it's a boat lift 3.
Yeah, but a boat was like $1,800.
Yeah, I know. The concept here is what's called contributory value. And if I can just spend like 20 seconds. If you have a house, okay, I want you to imagine, I'm gonna take 25 seconds, so just take 25 seconds.
Sorry.
I want you to imagine a $30,000 pool. You got it in your head, whatever it is. Now I want you to put it behind a $2 million house. Okay, you got it? Now you take the same $30,000 pool and you put it behind a $1,500 trailer. The contributory value is different. The market recognizes the main element, and then this pool as the contributory value associated with the main driver value. That's the same thing happening here. We just have mini schedules that have all these little decks and docks and boatless and pools and everything else as contributory value. In my gross example, the value of the pool is much different based on what it's behind.
Okay, so these are not like dollar or market values.
That would be a summation of cost, which is not really an approach to value.
Okay. If you want to continue down. So this house on Starboard is several neighborhoods down. I don't even know why that one is in here. It's
Yeah.
not even close.
Yeah, it's in Bahia Bay rather than Simbas.
I think it may even be further down.
Oh, Palm Harbor.
Yeah, because I'm like, it's like neighborhood, and so I didn't even look at that one that closely because it seemed like it was just thrown in there.
Yeah, the answer to that is that it's close in size to yours, it's close in effective age, it's close in classification, it's a wood frame home, and it happens to be on the canal. That's the reason it's there. Meaning the marketplace, when people are looking for homes on the coast, they go, hey, I got one here, but it's in the neighborhood. Yeah, show it to me. You know, when people, it's called an office application. So it may not be the greatest comp. That's why the other two City by the Seas were in the front. And this is the front.
If you want to keep going down some more. Okay, and then, so like this house right here, has a pool, boat lift, fish cleaning station, everything. I'm able to see the back of this home because it's near the crab inn, and you can see it from the back. So you can see it got new siding, again, like a hardy veneer. And so that it's, looks night and day. If you drive down and look at the house, my house, which just got painted after January. So it's finally at least not as hideous. But it just, they don't seem like they're even the same playing field. And then like this wraparound porch right here also has hardy backer. And the only reason I'm bringing that up and the boat slips and things like that is these homes, like if you were shopping, mine wouldn't even make the cut. They don't have a boat slip, they don't have a pool, they don't have a hardy or a concrete bulkhead. It wouldn't be the same. And I realize you're taking some funds off, but it's still nowhere near what those items would cost. And you explained the algorithm, I guess you would follow to arrive at a contributory value. And then I think that was it. And then the sales ratio, I didn't really, it just seemed like when I was going through this list, it was just house after house that was not in City by the Sea. I had to count like how many properties were part of it, where they were. It started off pretty good because the first one listed there was a condo. But I was like, well, that's not a house. And I was looking and everything seemed to be north of my house. I don't know.
Yeah, let me show you on the very first one. This pulls from everything. It pulls from everything. City by the Sea, Palm Harbor, Bahia Bay. It's pulling everything that's along this, well, maybe north of you, but it's south of Rockport, and it's along the intercoastal waterway, and it's just all the market values of all those homes. Because you might have 5 sales in City by the Sea, you might have 10 in Bahia Bay, you might have 7 in Palm Harbor. But if you look at cumulative data, this is what we have. we have 21 pages of data there.
Right, and I just don't know how relevant it can be when it seems to have percentage-wise a very small representation on a whole team in the neighborhood.
Yeah, it's a great question. So in answer to that question, I don't tell people what to buy and sell. They just buy and sell what they do, and I just present the information. Yeah, I
And
don't
you
control.
your starting point was Rockport over, because my address is Aransas CAD. There's a night difference between Rockport and.
Okay, we're at the,
So.
Yeah,
Okay,
you'll have,
time limit?
yeah, time limit.
Okay.
You'll have more in a minute here, but now you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, in trying to just follow along that same track, people come down to the Rockport area or the Aransas Pass area, and those are two different things. Meaning, the city of Aransas Pass has a totally different feel than the city of Rockport. The area in between is just kind of, it's intercoastal. It's, hey, I'm looking for a house on the coast. Where do you want to be? Well, I want to be on the water. Okay, well, do you want Key Allegro? Do you want, no, I can't be in Key Allegro. Do you want to have something in the north of Rockport? Do you want, Live Oak Point tracks? No, I don't want that. I want something, that's in a canal. Okay, so now we're looking for canal subdivisions. You want Harbor Oaks? No. Okay. So now you're looking at just generalized areas. Do you want to be in Holiday Beach that has canals? No, I don't want to be in Holiday Beach. So the market really kind of defines what they want. Once you get past Cove Harbor to the south of Rockport, and you look along the coastal, you run into Palm Harbor, Bahia Bay, City by the Sea. Those are the three. La Buena Vida, and then Islands of Rockport. La Buena Vida and Islands of Rockport are kind of a step up, and everybody you don't even have to be in real estate to know it's a step up. But when you get to Palm Harbor in relation to City by the Sea, if I were to just generalize, Bahia Bay is the best out of those three. City by the Sea is a close second, and then Palm Harbor is a third, as far as just quality, the age of the subdivision, all of those things. But in the grand scheme of things, when a person's looking for something, they give you a general description, and then they get led around by some realtor and say, this is what's on the available market. Do you want to buy it? Which leads me to my question. What did you pay for the home?
$152,000.
$152,000.
And I sent you a copy of the title company sales survey, and that's what Mr. Hall had bought from the previous owner.
Wow.
And so, and I felt like it was a great value, and because
Sure
the
was.
lots, well, looking at it, the lots were like 160.
Uh-huh.
And so I thought,
That's a great value.
So, and I sent a copy of the title paperwork and sales survey, and I have a copy of it.
Thank you. Was that, so you knew Mr. Hall, and it was not available to the rest of the market? Like, the person down the street or two neighborhoods over, or somebody in Austin didn't have a shot at this house?
I don't know who they marketed it to. I knew the Halls, and they had bought it from Mr. Grant, and I don't know if Mr. Grant had, there were some for sale signs on the property. Like by owner, not by realtor. So I don't know if that constitutes other people
Yeah.
or not. I mean, a realtor had been on the property even when I went by there. There was a realtor.
So you heard about the property, you talked to Mr. Hall, Mr. Hall called you, you called Mr. Hall.
He was selling, I guess he owned another home here.
Uh-huh.
He was selling that, and was selling, I don't know if he bought this one at the same time he sold it too. Like was getting rid of it too.
Let's go back to the, I don't think the house is worth $150,000. Let me just first say that. Let me go to the card itself. So you're saying that Mr. Hall bought this from Dean Grant?
I assume so. I mean, I don't know.
That was Merger and Dean. And then he turned around and sold it to you for the same price?
152, and I paid interest to him while I saved up the money for a down payment, and he did an owner finance for me, so he's also getting 3% out of me for that for 15 years.
This house is much more than $150,000. on the open market, like on the open market. Conditions of the home, you know, she's talked about grass and other things. You know,
And I didn't list
I have a
100.
4SS. I have a regular home. It was repaired after Harvey. We didn't have hardly any value on it last year because of what the previous owner said. Hey, listen, it's a damaged home.
Okay. So now you have 2 minutes for rebuttal or anything else you want to say?
Yes, I've done a lot of work to the house. I'm not arguing that I'm sitting here saying it's worth $150,000. No, I know it's not worth $152,000 because I put money into the house. We needed windows, a roof, painting. I mean, it still needs a lot more. That's, you know, things that it needed. And I believe the value was given as of January, I don't know, beginning or end, at $400,000, $380-something thousand. And the comps was, I mean, you could drive past my house right now and look at the comps and see it's not like theirs. That's the house in February because we were priming it, so it was about to be in. And that's how it looks now. Well, now it's blue because it's been painted March, beginning of March.
So that first one is February this year.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to think when I paid the painter, it was like March.
The condition on January 1 was unpainted with the decks on it.
Yeah, and I still need to put railings on it, so maybe, you know, I don't know if y'all go to the homes or not, but be careful what. So that's more what it looks like now. You can see it was not salvageable. Some of the neighbors, you know, were very excited because this house has sat there, I guess, since Harvey. And they shared pictures with me of what it looked like after the storm and the damage. And it just kind of ripped off most of that, what you see there. So it had to, that's why I needed, you know, new roof. The decking hasn't been replaced yet.
Good. It was aftermarket.
And if you look at the back, see, like, they had, I guess, like boat lifts, like all the other houses, boat lifts and things like that. And the bulkhead, I guess, the concrete just fell into the water. Like there's, all that concrete was removed before I even saw the property the first time.
All right, Mike, you have 1 minute for closing.
Some of the things that she brought up in the last 2 minutes probably would have been good to go over in the first 7 minutes because they're relevant to the size. If you look at her information, she's indicating, you know, the square footage upstairs is 1,200 rather than 1,306. The square footage downstairs is 330, not 308. So those adjustments should be made for those, you know, storage underneath. It's 196, not 210. So those are all relevant things. Those are all factual. The last thing, which is the most important thing in my opinion, in relation to the sale, is the house wasn't finished, it appears. I mean, I'm just gonna ask, was it studs on the inside when you purchased it, or what was it on the inside?
Yes, that is.
Okay, that's relevant. That's super relevant to 150,000. Yes.
And
Yes,
so I'm
that-
not debating that it's 100, like I'm here going, oh, it's $152,000 house. That's not what it is.
My suggestion is, like, if it was studs on the first of the year, you should put a percent complete that's congruent with that. You should fix the square footage that she's presented and see where that number takes you.
So now you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts? Or anything you want to tell us?
On my information,
Yeah. Your
Okay.
information.
the house is used on like if you scroll down. Like this is, my neighbors showed me, if you can see where we're working on like the back of the house. And it's just a piece of wood, like wood. I don't have a concrete bulkhead, but the biggest damage or issue with the property now is how bad this really is. When it rains, half the yard just comes, all the grass is just, so I have a feeling I have a very significant repair for the bulkhead coming. And that's part of the reason, like, I'm skimming like the cheapest of cheap, because I don't even know, I've heard nightmares, like $6,000 a linear foot. And I don't know what I'm thinking, I don't know if I'm just gonna put a Band-Aid on it or what. And if you scroll down, the picture, you may not be able to tell this one right here, you can see where it just runs underneath the wood and out of the canal, so. And then that's the driveway damage that's happened with all the work going on in the neighborhood. And I feel like those are probably the remaining repairs that are gonna be the most expensive.
Okay.
I have one other thing that's very important. Did you apply for a homestead or did the previous owner apply for a homestead?
I did. I don't think it was not livable, I think, previously.
Why was it, you didn't own it on the first. And it has to be a residence in which you occupy on the first.
I closed December 16th.
Yeah. But it has to be like you're on a testimony saying today that it's not complete, so you didn't occupy the residence.
I called the Texas Comptroller's office to make sure, and here it says I have to occupy the half of the home, so the kitchen isn't done, so I'm using the kitchen and the travel trailer, but the house is livable and has been since before December.
Okay,
And so it is like my residence, and
okay. I'm just gonna say this, it can't be to studs and livable at the same time.
you're not asking me dates.
I'm telling them. I'm telling them that on January 1st, you indicated that it was to studs.
No, you asked when I looked at the house, when I bought the house. The form does not, I started working on the house last July.
Okay, so what's the date of the purchase?
I bought it, signed my name, became the owner in December. I've been living and working on the property.
December what?
16th. I sent,
So 15 days before January 1st, or roughly thereabouts. And it was studs then.
no, I didn't say it. I said it was studs when I started being there, when I bought the house last July.
Okay.
When I bought the house for 152, it was not inhabitable.
But you just said you purchased the house in December?
I closed on December. I was paying Mr. Hall, you can read that, interest payments for the period of me saving up the money for the 20% down and working on the house, and I promised I would close by the end of the year. And I was also looking for real financing, like from a traditional lender.
Sounds like lease with an option
Yeah.
from July to.
So tell me a
My
little bit,
biggest concern is the homestead. You can't sign a document that indicates that this is your primary residence or assert that to the appraisal district. It's not an inhabitable thing. So you're
It
under,
was- Right,
you're under oath saying, you need to tell me the condition of the home. Because my
condition of the
biggest
home-
concern is the homestead.
that, your biggest issue is the homestead. It was not inhabitable July. So I didn't have a homestead on it till now. It is now livable. Appliances are being delivered.
January 1st, can you tell me the condition of the home?
That's
It's
what I want to
livable,
know. Yeah.
completely. I mean, sheetrock, air conditioner,
So it is complete on January 1st. You have a purchase, now you have the complete story. You have a purchase of 152 for an incomplete home that was finished by January 1st by her testimony. So now you're 100%.
That's not what I'm hearing. I'm sorry. You're saying one thing, she's saying something else.
Okay, you started to purchase the house.
Livable and 100% are two different things, okay, in my mind.
Well, you can have that opinion, Mr. Wagner. But, I mean, as far as what a primary residence for a homestead exemption is associated with a livable, habitable, 100% complete structure.
I don't,
You
I've
can,
not heard
you can,
that.
you can disagree with me. You have the ability to disagree with me. But I'm the one that actually approves and denies homestead exemptions. I am.
So Angela, tell us a little bit more about the exact condition of the home on January 1. What did it look like inside? What was finished? What wasn't?
the half bath downstairs is done. It needs to be painted, but
Okay.
it has a toilet, so it's done. The bathtub upstairs is done. The kitchen cabinets are there, but not the appliances. I put up ceiling fans this week. I don't have.
January 1. January 1.
Oh.
Only want to talk about January
All
1.
right, that's, okay, I'm trying to think. Just the interior,
Yes.
sheet rock, cabinets, bathrooms. I have a little more work there, but January, floors, interior paint, came.
So were you living in the house on January 1?
Yeah, but I can't use the kitchen, so I still have the travel trailer, but
You're sleeping in the house?
yes, and then when I have paint or, wood glue or smells, I stay in the trailer. But I go back and forth depending on what's being done, or if it's making a big mess, And as soon as it's, it's close to being, I don't know the difference between 100%. Once it's 100% done, like I have my appliances, then I'm gonna sell the travel trailer. Because then that's the last thing I'm using it for.
What she just described is close to 100%. I mean, that's what she's indicating. She didn't have the kitchen, but otherwise, she had a functioning bathroom.
I used the toilet
She was
downstairs.
in the house. Which is, that's good. That's what, I mean, I needed clarification on that.
Okay. So do we need to go through the worksheet, Charlie?
Well, I was going through the worksheet as you were talking.
Okay.
It's, doors, trim and millwork. Are the doors in?
I just don't have doorknobs.
January 1st.
January
January
1st.
first doors, yes.
Doors,
Yes.
painting, complete then?
I still paint.
January 1st. Painting is not complete?
No, and I'm still not.
Range, shower,
Bathroom.
bathtub,
You're talking about January.
Yes. January, everything January 1.
flooring,
Yes.
plumbing fixtures,
One sink and not all. 1 out of 3.
yeah. What about air conditioning
Yeah, that was done long before January.
before January? The driveway is not done, right? Wasn't done
And it looked, the way it's looked is the way it's been looking. Like if that picture I just took.
yet. Electricity, switches, lights, fans.
By
January
January.
1st.
Yes.
I get about 15%. Not complete. Working backwards.
Yeah.
I have about 15%.
You should definitely make the corrections to the size, if those are measured sizes after the repairs.
Right, there's the size of the various
You want
rooms.
to, you do that right now? We can do that.
Yeah, and there's also the fireplace. We got the
Fireplace, we can take it out, and so you'll be able to see everything.
Can I ask a question before we change the
Yeah.
size? Angela, when you measured, did you measure inside or outside?
Outside.
Thank
Just because that's easier.
Yeah,
Well, that's
the
also
way-
the way you're supposed to do
Yeah,
it.
that's the way everybody measures. That's
I don't
good.
know. I was just like, I'm not gonna do the
All
math, sorry, but the walls and adding it up.
Okay, so we're gonna change the upstairs to 1,200 based on the Word
Owner's
document here.
testimony? Yeah, just based on owner's testimony.
So 1,200 goes there, and
Can
then,
you pull it?
oh, you want it on this side? Let me
Yeah,
switch
just
screens.
so everybody can see.
All right, close this. Come on. Stop. There we go. All right, so I already did the MA. So downstairs, what is downstairs?
MAS.
No, what's the
She said
number?
it was 330.
330.
So I just
zero.
want to be honest. I know
Yeah,
that's
We
more.
appreciate it.
And then
Thank you very
there's a
much.
storage.
And storage under is 196 rather than 210.
196. Okay, got it.
Yeah, 196. Those are the main elements right there of square footage.
So that should change. That changes you to 1530.
What about main area?
I already did it.
He did it. You can
You did-
I'll show you. I'll show you. It's okay. We might as well. Main area's been changed to 1200.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the change of value from 380 something to 370 something. And then you guys said 85%, right?
Right.
85%. Good. Changes the value to 345,800.
What I even
I don't fireplace and stuff that go.
Oh, fireplace. Yeah, gotcha.
Thank you.
So the way you do that is you go right here and you remove. All right, was there anything else while I'm in here? Is this it? I think that's it. How did it do that? How did it do that? Let's see. Now I gotta make sure it's gone. It's not gone. Hold on.
Porches wall.
Um,
I think I did the roof in August, so that's when they came off. And I did not measure the porches. Yeah. It
Okay.
seemed like it was a harder, more.
Reasonable estimate.
What's that number?
344170.
Okay, is it our time?
Yes, it's our time.
Okay.
I would point out one other thing. In addition to all of those changes, we were at 386 and I was able to prove 377. There's like
Right.
$9,000 there. You should probably
Take off on top of the
in addition to all the changes.
Okay.
Right. Okay.
Right.
344, 170 minus 9.
$35.
Everybody okay with that? Bill?
You'll absolutely, like 170.
335, 170?
Yes.
I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1417, account number 15224. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 386,340 down to 335,170.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you so much, Angela.
Okay.
You presented great evidence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Nice.
Very good package.
And am I allowed to ask any questions?
Not now.
Well, of me, you can ask anything you
You
want.
can take him outside.
Okay.
Work him over.
You have the next one?
Thank you, Angela.
Oh, it has. Oh, no.
Can I get you to sign one that I didn't have yesterday? It's the Texas tax
Yeah.
Hopefully they don't all take 45 minutes.
Yeah.
I know. I was about to come back here and yell at y'all.
June the
Took us a
15th.
while.
Yes, sir. Thank
But-
you.
Sometimes it
Yeah.
happens.
Discussion.
Well, we have a phone call and we have an in-person that's been sitting there waiting. for a
So
while.
who's the person that's
Science
next?
teacher.
The in-person is back.
Who's next?
You said this was a first. I'll-
Miller,
any of
it's gonna
the
be case
three-
number 1254
Thank you.
52528. That's the phone call.
So who's waiting?
Right now, we have, are you talking about in person? Bechtel? But right now, we have the phone call.
Okay.
It's gonna be case number 1254.
Go ahead and get started. Mike will be here.
No. I'm gonna go ahead and call her. You're fine. It's gonna be Lydia Miller. She's the agent.
You have a,
Yeah, we're good.
Hello?
Ms. Miller,
Yes,
this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good. We have some administrivia to take care of. I'll go through the script and I'll have a few questions along the way. Just bear with us.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1254, account 52528. This hearing is being recorded. We're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. I assume we have all of your evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with any person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Ma'am, I'm assuming that you are under oath as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Correct.
Okay.
You did better than
Do you have a Texas appraiser's license?
Do I?
Yes.
From the Lynch Appraisal Services?
Yeah. You know, are you an appraiser?
No, I am not. I'm
Okay.
hired as appraiser.
Okay. Mike?
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Ma'am, do you have the time limits, hearing procedure times page from the package that was sent out?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Now, at the top of the page, you get to choose whether you go first or the district goes first.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I had an independent appraisal done by Lynch Appraisal Services. And so, you know, that's part of what I had fit in. And they are appraising the property at 660. And I also attached the comparables that they had used. So also, it just in general, when they went through the appraisal, you know, I let them go through and do whatever they needed to do. I did not say anything about some issues with the home that we need to have done. And then also since the freeze, we've had one bathroom that's not completely operable. We're gonna have to take a wall out. And you know what that means, once you start taking a wall out, that leads to one thing and then another.
We still have some siding that needs to be replaced on one of our back garages, due to the hurricane that we just have not done. And also in one of our bathrooms, we believe due to the hurricane, we've had some water intrusion. We've got a mold issue, but we've got to take the walls out, and we just have not done that yet. In general, we have rotten wood that needs to be replaced. Of course, there's always typical painting that needs to be done. We do have some termite damage. We've got to take some studs out, and we have not done that yet to see how bad the damage is. So in general, you know, the house has had no real updates or remodeling. So that's pretty much it in a nutshell.
Okay. You'll have more time later, but anything else?
That's all I can think of, you know, that's really got an appraisal for this purpose.
Okay. So Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
I guess in the cross-examination, Mrs. Thurman.
I'm the daughter, Lydia.
Oh, hi, Lydia. My name's Mike Soto. I'm the district representative. You got an appraisal for, were you doing a refi or what were you doing for appraisal? You just wanted to know how much it was worth?
I wanted to know how much it was really worth. I felt like it was overappraised with the appraisal district.
Okay. So it was for the purpose of this dispute is the main
Correct.
purpose? Okay.
Right.
Okay. All righty. There are 3 comparable sales here that they used. 2 on Water Street. It's not very many adjustments here. I guess 1529 Water Street only has an adjustment for land. 300,000 and a garage for 8,000. So those are the only 2 adjustments for number 2 on the comparable, on their comparable. And that's comparable number 2. So that's comparable number 1. They didn't even include the copy, or you didn't give us a copy of your, I mean, I could go over to my evidence and, you know, so this is kind of like comp number 2. The biggest difference is the land element where we have, you know, $661,000 worth of value there. That's the biggest thing. I don't have anything else for my cross time. Ray, if you want to do the thing. So I have a value, what is it, the 745 and change on the subject. The majority of that value is in the land, market value, 661. I hardly have anything in the home. If you go to next, you can see, pictometry imagery. You can see why. Let's just zoom that in one time. And Lydia, I'm just showing my evidence, the one that we gave you. So if you can follow along, this is just the overhead. It's just got a whole bunch of land. It's got this plus the stuff in the back. It's super valuable. The waterfront attribute is very valuable. Let me go to next. So I don't know, the 529 water, that was one of the same sales that we used. We have, I guess the biggest thing right here is we have a larger adjustment for the land because we're just using our land table to see the difference. There's both going to be on Water Street. So there's instead of a $300,000 adjustment that the other appraiser did, I have a $440,000 adjustment there. That's the biggest thing there. They're both, this one's 1,400, this one's 1,600 and change, almost 1,700. They're both the same kind of style, and this produces a value of 752 on this comp. You know, this is 745 on this one. I mean, they're the same kind of flat looking thing, you know. It's actually a pretty good comp. It's sold for much less, but it has much less land. I mean, if you look, this is 30,000 square feet of land. This is only 7. You know, it's a factor of 4, you know, at least. The other one on Water Street is 1401 Water Street. That one sold for 464. Again, that's a very small land attribute. I think that might have been one of the other comps that they used as well, but that one appraises out to 854. Again, the biggest change there is the land element. The land is just it's the elephant in the room. This one on 1623 Water Street. Again, these are just smaller. These are vacant. This was definitely one of the ones that they used as well. So it's the same kind of thing. Again, we have 461 for that land element adjustment right here, and they only gave 300 in their opinion. This one right here is a vacant land sale. So this is where we're deriving the price per square foot for that whole thing, because it's vacant land for 350,000, and it's 6,150 or 6,150 square feet. So that, you know, that land value, 350 divided by 6,150, that's $56 a foot at that very small price point, you know, the very small economy of scale. I think that if we go back to the card, go to the land, just stop right there. We're half, you know, this is $56 a foot, we're at $30 a foot.
Because of the economy of scale.
Because of the economy of size. I think, and the Magnolia stuff is on a Magnolia table. The stuff in the back is only $8 a foot. So go to the pictometry. This stuff right here, all of this land is $8 a foot. This is the 30. And smaller, those other things, you know, those other land, like a land sale is actually selling for $56 a foot on Water Street. But when you look at houses, they don't sell for that much. That's the reason, you know, we're using house sales here. What I would say is that if you go to our grid again, are the two things that are processed or just one?
Just one.
Okay, so we're just talking about market value. The biggest thing is the land. So if you go to this was definitely used, and go again, that was definitely used. I don't know about the third one, but 2 of the 3 were identical. Now go back to their evidence. Yeah, two of these were here, and you'll notice that these are 300. We just have a bigger land. We have another $100,000 in the land adjustment. It's an opinion of value for sure. It's just an opinion. That's the biggest thing when you look at 660 as opposed to we had like something like a $400,000 adjustment. That'd be an extra $100,000. Now you're at 760, and that's kind of where we have our value.
So Lydia, you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes on the timer.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, one thing we have learned not too long ago is that on Waterfront East, my mother only owns a portion of that. The navigation district kind of owns the middle of it. We are investigating that to make sure it's correct, but she only owns a portion of that. And what we had also found out is that the appraisal district was charging her for that over the years.
Is it just that red one?
So in the appraisal, I think that what Lynch had appraised the land at was, and I don't know if I gave you that page, but it's like 25 pages long. Let's see. Their opinion of opinion of the land value is based on recent historical land sales in the area. They based that at 625. And another thing is, you know, there are a lot of rentals around us these days. I know to the south of us, just in the same block of us, the next door neighbor is renting his house out, and the one after that is renting their house out. On the backside on Magnolia, you know, we've got renters that are over there as well. I know that the guy who has I think his name is Mr. Campbell, has a garage. He's renting his little property out back there as well, and then the house behind at one point was, I don't know if they still are because I think they recently sold the house. So, you know, I just think that affects the property in general when you have renters surrounding you. And, you know, this is my mother's home.
Okay.
So, I mean, I'm just going by this to what the appraisal has. So the more land there is, it's less per square foot. Is that how that's evaluated?
Every land table is a little bit different. I can look to see this particular land table, what it is. If we go into the, in answer to your question about the waterfront east stuff, I do want to say that we know about the stuff that's excluded. So
Okay.
it has been brought to our attention in the past, and it's excluded from a portion of the waterfront east. Yeah,
This changes this year.
Yeah, this detail says that if you're on this table, anything less than 40,000 square feet is $30 a square foot. If you were above 40,000 square feet on that waterfront table, then you would have $17 a foot. And then if you were above 60,000 square feet, you would be at $14 a foot.
So they're at 30.
30 something.
Okay.
So you're seeing 30,000, I'm a little on that top. You're seeing 30,000, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am. Anything under 40,000 square feet is at $30 a foot in this table. Anything bigger than 40,000 square feet, the value would go down.
Okay.
Has your mom been in this home for a little bit?
No, she's been there 28 years. My father passed away about 4 years ago.
So she's frozen.
What?
Her taxes have been frozen since 2005?
Whatever you see there.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Her taxes were frozen back in 2005, back when there was a valuation of probably almost half this number, so.
Okay.
I don't know. All I would say is 1 minute close?
You actually have your 2-minute rebuttal and then
Oh.
we'll go to closing.
Yeah, all I would say is that, let's go back to their evidence. It's somebody else's opinion value. It's another appraiser's opinion value. I respect this organization and the people and the products that they put out. Like their values are well thought of. They're they're thoughtful. They consider what they consider. It's just a difference of opinion in that land market value. You can read this. It says $50 per square foot size adjustment. Comparables 1 and 2 were given a condition adjustments to reflect updating prior to their sales. Each of the comparables have improvements similar to the subject, only significant adjustments were made to reflect the differences in site values. The subject has a larger than typical site with approximately 126 feet of water frontage. Comparables 1 and 2, which are the most recent sales in the subject's immediate neighborhood, have much smaller sites with only about 50 feet. So like basically 1.5 times, it's, both were given large adjustments to reflect the subject's large site with more water frontage. Comparable number 3 is an area of higher overall land values, and it would have a site value similar to the subject despite its smaller size. Credence is given to each of the comparable with the most weight placed on the first 2 from the subject neighborhood. So again, it's just their methodology. They're trying to explain why they gave a $300,000 adjustment. Come down. A $300,000 adjustment. I don't know. I mean, they're saying $50 a square foot, and then they, you would think that these would be different because they're different numbers, but our adjustment's bigger because we're just in the land table.
Okay, so Lydia, you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts?
Okay, but there really isn't 126 feet of waterfront because the navigation district owns a portion of that. And the appraisal, Metro Appraisal Services was not aware of that at that time when they came through and did that. So my understanding, and you can correct me if need be, is that for the waterfront, my mother only owns 75 feet. I believe the appraisal district owns 50, and then she owns either side of it, 50 and 25. So anyway, so I was going by, what the Metro Appraisal Services provided. Like you said, I think they are well thought of, and they're familiar with the area, and I value their opinion, and that's why I went ahead and got an independent appraisal to verify the actual value of the property.
Okay. Mike, you got 1 minute to close.
Yeah, what I'll say is that, the 75 feet of waterfront for waterfront east, we're reflecting that here. Understand that of the 3 tables, well, the one on the back on Magnolia is just a different, it's a different animal. It's feeding off at $8 a foot. It's just different. But on the waterfront east table, you'll notice that the market value of the waterfront east is based on a dollar per front foot. And we give a nominal value for that. It's only this whole thing is only worth $7,500. What? And you'd say, why is that so low? It's because it's the stuff on the west side of the road is the buildable attribute. You don't get to really enjoy that unless you have this. And so that's where the majority of the value is. Is it different than most of those deals on Water Street? Yeah, it's different. But they don't, typically what you have is you have the whole width if you own the waterfront east, but apparently the navigation district got a portion of that in the past. We have it correctly apportioned in we have it correctly apportioned in the thing, but we don't have it there.
Okay. So
Ultimately, what you have is you have 745, and you have another opinion value of 660, and this is an issue that's different. So,
okay, but you do show that the navigation district owns a portion of that across the road.
yeah, because they're only assessed for not the whole width of the waterfront east. They're only assessed for 75 feet.
75 feet of it. Okay. All right, this is our time. I'm not really seeing any reason for a change here. There's been some evidence shown, but it's just a different way of.
We have 2 people who've made 2 different opinions of value. Right?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're dealing with. Both reputable individuals, and they came up with a different answer.
What's the difference?
That would be split the difference.
Yes.
I agree. It's 722,500.
Okay.
Their opinion value was 660.
Yeah, 660, yes.
That doesn't seem like 722,500. Oh, you're just looking at the land, the difference in the land.
No, I took 748.
I got 702,
Yes, 7.2.
702, 615 is what I come up with, if you were to do that.
Okay.
702, 615.
Just doing the math of what he wanted to do, I think our value and their value,
702,615.
and then you round.
702,610.
It really won't make any difference in taxes anyway, because it's frozen, right? Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case 2021-1254, account number 52528, when considering incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from 745,230 to 702,610.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, is that 702,610?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, I have one waiting in the lobby, whenever you're ready.
Just give us a 2-minute break.
I figured y'all need a little break.
Sitting here long enough.
You're ready.
Don't do that. You just-
I know, I just. Okay, if you want to pull it up, it's 1699.
We go.
Wow, all three of them show up.
I know, I'm feeling pretty good, 3 for 3.
Anything at 10, so.
I know for sure, I think we have an affidavit.
I only
Cuts are kind of community
show
cuts.
that,
Yes, you're good.
I only show the district evidence.
Is there more? Like what, on back on?
Oh, no, good job. That is a good question.
Okay, so what is it?
1699.
You say the S word.
Yeah, it'll just slip
Yeah,
out.
that's all I show.
It'll just slip out.
Somebody's here.
Utilities. Second row down, left, there you go. Docs.
Oh, my
It does that, I know. I've got a couple.
Whatever.
Just messing with you, man.
Whatever changed on this overnight to where you do this instead of
Oh, there's
this
two different.
works so much better. Because I've been, this scroll thing, and then it'll just quit. It just throws you completely out. But this version, it
Oh, you-
works like
you
you
can.
just,
Sideways too?
this one does. This
Yeah,
one is-
there's
this one is
there's
just-
two different
There's two
readers.
different
One
ones
is the
here.
Dropbox
Oh,
PDF
okay.
reader,
Okay.
and the other one is a. I
Oh,
think
that
it's a-
Dropbox, and if you touch that Dropbox, it goes to a whole other screen.
Yeah.
You get out of it.
So do that.
No, this one's
Yeah, you-
perfect. I'm gonna.
Piece of tape on it and put your name on it, so that way you get the same one.
You know, I was gonna
Cover
say
this
to you this morning. Remember last year, worried about COVID, we all had our each one, so I can touch hers, she can touch mine, whatever it is. Like, now it's just like, here, take
Whatever.
Here, I licked it, but you can have it. It's good.
We did a lot of them at home.
We did last year.
I'm still good with the social distancing thing. I'm kind of finding that, I went to HEB last night and I sort of paid attention.
Yeah.
But it's still kind of like, okay, I'm
Yeah,
good with
that's
this,
fine.
nobody's breathing down your neck or anything.
Right.
It's all good, right? If we learned anything from this,
Right.
give everybody a little room, you
Yeah.
know? You don't have to be up in their face on everything. I like it.
Yeah, well, one, I was in some place, I got a little too close to the lady in front of me, and she turned around and gave me a turned down, please look. And it wasn't like breathing down her neck, but I wasn't 6 feet behind me.
You should have left it here with me.
Wow.
What are you looking at?
I hadn't thought about that.
Oh, does this look as good? No, I really dig the personal space thing.
A lot of places, like the post office, still has the 6 foot. I don't know if it.
Yeah.
Well, the grocery store still has things in the floor and everybody,
Yeah,
everybody
most
pays. So
businesses do.
yeah, I'm all about it. I think it's great. Okay, so 16:06.
This is Mr. Bechtel, and that would be your spot right there. It's on either side.
Good morning.
Everybody's probably.
Yes.
Mr. Bechtel?
Yes.
We have some administrivia to go through before we get started. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions for you near the end. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1699, account 34113. This hearing is being recorded. With the Appraisal Review Board, they will be hearing your protest today. The board is around this table. Mike represents the appraisal district. At the far end. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your request. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with all the particulars, and it will be sent out to you by snail mail, and it'll include instructions as to what you can do if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. It's very important that we have all your evidence.
You have, that's what you're asking.
Yes, do we have all your evidence?
The only other things that I was gonna bring up are the two properties at 64728 and 64729.
But there's no written, there's no more documents.
No more documents.
Okay, that's all I need. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Mr. Beckman, this is your turn.
I, Stephen Bechtel, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board is true and correct.
Mike?
My name is Michael Stoddard. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the Appraisal Review Board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. Becker, do you hold appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
I do not.
Thank you. The sheet of paper that's just to your left there has on it the times for each part of the procedure we're going to follow for the hearing. You get to choose whether you speak first or whether the district speaks first.
What does everybody else choose?
Some choose one way, some choose the other.
50-50 crapshoot.
It's the same amount of time.
Yeah.
You get the same amount of time, it's
Y'all
just
can go first.
organized.
It's like a tennis match.
You wanna go first?
No,
You
y'all
win the
can go
flip.
first.
Okay.
This property
Is in the Spanish Woods subdivision. It has two houses, I need to kind of see that, which is bigger. We have one as a 5FB, which is a hardy plank home. FB stands for fiberboard, it's a 5FB. That was not complete, or we had it as not complete last year. It's complete this year. The other one is a 3FB smaller home. So there's two different, and from what we can see, there's two different little structures, like we had this is the big 5FB thing, this is the smaller of the two. I don't know if this is in here. Yeah, that's what we have. So we had two little things on some acres of land. It looks like there's 3.43 acres in the back of Spanish Woods. So if you'll go to the pictometry imagery, or just zoom out one time. This is the main Spanish Woods Drive. You have to go at Palo Blanco and then enter in from right over here. So, yeah. All right, so there's two things under protest: market value and equity. Currently have a valuation of $434,000 on this subject property. Here's some other properties that have sold in that general area. These are not all necessarily in Spanish Woods themselves, but in that general area. Loop 1781, Spanish Woods. The two that I have here are, the first one is a sale for $395,000. The subject is a 5FB. This one is a 6FB, so it's a better house. The comp is a better house. It's negatively adjusted there for that. It's also got less land than the subject, so there's an adjustment for the land. And it doesn't have near the square footage because there's two houses, so there's an adjustment the other way. That one appraises out, when you look at all the adjustments, of 446 when compared to the subject. The second comp is on South Sierra Woods, that's in Spanish Woods. That one sold for $358,000. It's just a single house. It's one house, it's 2,581 square feet. That one was built in 2004. The subject was built, started in 2019. Also, the land is very similar as far as the value. It may not be similar from the size, but people give more for a piece of land if it's on a paved road and it's, rather than one around the corner that's bigger, they just do. So that's a very similar land value. You can see the house right here. So they're both fives, both multiple roof lines for both the subject and the comp. That one appraises out to $525,000 and change. The next one is also in Spanish Woods. This one's a much, it's not as good from a classification standpoint. It's on the main drag of Spanish Woods Drive. The land value is very similar because it's on a paved road, that kind of thing. This one appraises out at $492,000. That one sold at $309,000. The biggest difference there is that it's less in class, has less square footage from the main area, and it's smaller, and less land value. All of those things are there. The biggest thing is it's hard because you have your subject has two different houses. So it has obviously more value associated with that, and we're just picking up that value. The median value for all of those is $492,000, which supports a value of $434,000 that we have on subject property. Moving down to equity, these are not necessarily sales, they're just other properties in hopefully the Spanish Woods area. You can see 5, 5, 5. You can see the sizes here that are here. This one appears to have at least a similar overall size when you compare the two houses together. And that one's appraised at $477,000. You can see that the land value is actually for the comp, it's actually more. So there's a negative adjustment there. That one appraises out to $481,000. That's on the main drag of Spanish Woods Drive. The next one is also on Spanish Woods Drive. It appraises out at 490 when compared to the subject. It's also a 5. Go to the next page. Comp number 3 is also on Spanish Woods Drive. Again, also another 5. This is a 5BS rather than a hardy plank home. It's a vinyl siding home. Again, that one's appraised out at 426. You can see that, again, it's just one single structure, but it's 3,097 compared to the 3,500 that we have for 2 houses.
So Stephen, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer here.
All right. So the appraisal from 2020, when was that completed? Like the date?
So we typically, for January 1 of 2020, we would have started the county sometime in September. We would have finished sometime in February. Every neighborhood is slightly different, meaning that we're looking at a lot of different properties. But we had that property only at 80% complete on January 1 of 20, January 1 of 20.
But you can't, I guess you can't tell, like in that picture that you just showed, that's from this year. I can see when it was because the black stuff on there is when I'm trying to.
Oh, yeah.
The pond.
Yeah, what I've presented, like.
I don't know when.
Yeah. So if we go to the sketch, just go to my card. I think the question is like, when did we go out to your property?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Is how the
last inspection date for the 21 year was this date up here. So if I went to the previous year's card, I might be able to see when that is. Is that the question, sir?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Sure.
When did
we can't be everywhere on January 1st. We just start early, we finish late. So this one was 8/13 of 19. At that point, is there a second page? Yes, this is 80% complete as of that date up there. And then we put next inspection date, hey, 1/1 of 21, this should be complete. That's why we tell ourselves to go back to this property. But if you look at the pictometry imagery for each one of each year, we can look at and we can go to basically 1/1 of 20. We can see, there's still a construction thing right here. The pool's obviously not done, the construction thing. It looks like there's still construction going on, so we put 80%. Does that help you, sir?
I mean, but obviously from these 2 pictures, you see exactly what the house is and that there's a swimming pool and where it is in the property is substantially the same. So that's why I don't understand how you come up with the value that you assessed in 20 and then increasing the value from there when.
Yeah, we can do, you and I
can
can enter into what's called a joint motion to correct. If you're saying it was complete last year?
Yeah, we've been living in it.
Okay, but it was January 1 of 20, it was complete?
Yeah, I'm trying to think because I know that I was I don't know when the date of our occupancy.
We could go, you and I can enter what's called a joint motion to correct to actually put you at 100% complete last year, meaning that the value last year would be supplemented. You would get a supplemental bill for it being higher if that's what you desire.
No, of course I don't want higher.
Okay.
Last year, but that's what I'm trying to understand is when you get this is where did this, the 60 or whatever it came
like
out
if somebody were
$7,000.
Yeah, if somebody were to say an argument like, hey, I wasn't 100% complete, and then they showed me that picture on the right, look, you can see there's a construction trailer here, you can see that this dump trailer is still there. I'm not done, that would be a really good argument on their part. I'm telling you that we had a reflection of that main house at 80% complete in January 20. If you believe that's wrong and you'd like to go up, we can do that.
I mean, I would argue that both of them are wrong. Both of them are correct.
Okay.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I had for you before I want to go over my presentation.
Okay, so you got about a little less than 3 minutes left. Go ahead.
All right, so 118 Superior Way is where we live, and what I'm saying is the improvement value and the land market value, as far as I'm concerned, are too high. And you can go over all of the different things on a property that are gonna affect the actual value of what I could actually turn around and sell this for. And it's gonna be a lot lower than every single thing that he just showed you. One, we're not really in Spanish Woods, we're in Spanish Woods 2, which doesn't matter, it's just a property designation. It's not even a real neighborhood. The only other two houses are the ones next door. Otherwise, Spanish Woods 2 is its own separate subdivision, but like I'm not part of Spanish Woods, and I don't get any of their benefits. Nothing has changed or improved as far as I'm concerned from last year to this year because nothing, I've been living there. We have no irrigation, so the difference between the property this year and last year is actually worse, which I included a picture we'll get to next, but between the drought last year and the freeze this year, my whole property is dead. We have no paved driveway. We're talking a quarter mile that I have to drive in dirt roads. And that's just from Palo Blanco. And that access to that road is all dirt and full of ruts. And I have to go through an easement across two other pieces of property before I can get to mine. And then I get to a dirt road to access my property. Nothing's paved. There's no driveways at my house. We have no access to sewer. We're all on septic. I have no city water like the rest of Spanish Woods or any of the other houses in the comparisons. I have stinky well water that fills my house up the same. And then that trash that I pay for every week or month, nobody picks it up. I have to cart the recycling bin and the trash bin a quarter mile just to Palo Blanco, and then the extra distance from Palo Blanco to Spanish Woods Drive. Palo Blanco is also a dirt road full of potholes. So when you look at the property, you can see that. That's what you showed earlier. So if anything, my property is more comparable to 64728 and 64729. 64729 is actually my uncle's house. And I know his property taxes haven't gone up in the last 3 years. They stayed the same. His house is essentially the same exact size as mine, and it's only valued at $337 as far as his improvements. If you want to go to the next slide, this is what I'm talking about. This is Palo Blanco. This is just to get to Superior Way, which is really just an easement that we have a fancy name for. The next picture, this is what I'm talking about. This is how you access my property.
You'll have some more time later.
Okay.
So Mike, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah, there's no doubt he's on a dirt road. He should be on the same table that his adjacent properties are on. That's why there wasn't that much value associated with the subject's land. You know, you have 77,820 for this 3 acres right here. Like if I go to this one, I didn't present it as evidence, but if you were to look at that one, and you can do that later, you would be able to see that price that's there. But going back to my evidence, the market recognizes the difference between a dirt road and a single lot. And the reason for that, if you go to the evidence, this is on South Sierra Woods. This is a smaller overall square footage, but it's almost as valuable as this. Why? Because the market says that, hey, you're on a paved road, we like that, right? So we recognize the difference. There's not much value when you consider 3 acres here. Here, go to the next one. Go to the next one right here. This is, again, 30,000 square feet as opposed to 149,000 square feet. So that's a factor of what I already do the math, but look at the value. The value is almost identical. Why? Because the market recognizes, yeah, I'd like to be on a paved road. In fact, so much so that I'll give you almost however many times the land for free if you just put me on a paved road. I don't decide this, the market decides this, how valuable that land is, or how unvaluable the subject's land is.
In rebuttal, and I haven't presented this as evidence, but we can do it at the board's direction for investigation if you want to look at the ones next door. But other than that, I don't have any other questions for the subject property.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to see the land table just to verify.
Where are we in time?
You've got about a minute and a half, a little over a minute and a half left of Mike's time, so.
Okay.
Ray, can we look at 34114, the,
Value on that is $78,020.
okay.
Do you want to see it? Would you rather see it than me say it?
Yeah, it's process.
Yeah.
That's 34114, 78.
Similar size and similar value. Okay.
Yeah, I guess the only other thing I'd say with my remaining time is there's two things that are protest market value and equity. From an equity standpoint, both of those median values support the value of the town subject. The only thing we did is we took it 200% completion. We didn't change the land value.
Still got 47 seconds left. You done, Mike?
That's it.
Okay. So Stephen, you have 1 minute to, no, you have 2 minutes for protest or rebuttal. If you have anything.
So I would say if you looked at a comparable house, that it would be the house just north of that, the 64,729. If you're going to look at an appropriate value, which is substantially less. I think the value on that is 337 when you bring it up. But the other two properties I included in my evidence that I thought were most comparable are on the last 4 slides that I have.
Okay.
Because I showed the properties that he had. Again, driveways and fencing irrigated yards looks totally different than my property. But when you look at these properties, Old Salt Lake Road, this new construction, new house, dirt road coming up, that one's actually better because it has a driveway. You see substantially less of a land value, which is, I think, in the slide right above this.
Above it?
Yeah. So you're looking at a $200,000 land value. And then, which actually went down from the prior year. From what I see, I guess this $57,000 assessment is an increase of 20% on my property, just by completion, that it raised the value by over 16%, which also, I wanted to ask you guys how homestead works. I don't know how it can increase that much, but, and then this property too is similar. It's actually more acreage, but you have 2 existing structures, a dirt road coming in. And I don't know if the value was below this or was up the slide. That one in Peninsula was a 5-acre property, at 220. I thought was much more comparable to where I'm living compared to what he assessed around my neighborhood.
Okay. So Mike, you have 1 minute to close.
In closing, what I would say is the two things that are protest market value and unequal compared to the properties. Our grids show that both of those things are supported within that area. I didn't look at all of those. The first one that he mentioned was Salt Lake. I'm just going to say Salt Lake and Spanish Woods are different, and most of the market would rather be in Spanish Woods over Salt Lake area, the Rattlesnake, Salt Lake area.
Okay.
That's all I got.
All right. Stephen, you have a minute for closing and final thoughts.
Yeah, if the assessment of raising that $57,000 is just based upon completion, it doesn't reflect a proper evaluation of how much it increased based on an 80% to 100% completion. And that number in general, I would just disagree with, is too high based upon the only surrounding 2 properties being substantially lower. The market value of the one value, I can't think of the number, is $225,000. The other one's $337,000. The $337,000 is closer to exactly the size of my house and similar in age. The other two properties I've shown you are more comparable to the overall type of land and where the property actually exists of what you could value the entire improvement as, because every single house that he showed you is just vastly different. And saying that I live in Spanish Woods is actually completely wrong. In fact, if you try and Google and get to my house, it takes you up prairie. So more, I don't live in Spanish Woods, I live on the dump road.
Okay.
It'd be more comparable to these houses.
Our time?
Yeah, this is our time.
Mike, the comparables you used, do they have utilities?
Yeah, for sure.
This doesn't.
Well, they all have septic. They don't have, everything in Spanish Woods is on septic, but they have city water.
It says no access to city water.
That's correct. That is factual. What you said is factual.
So, but your comparables did, right?
Of course.
Okay.
That secondary structure, is that actually a building or is that a palapa, barbecue?
There you go.
Barbecue thing.
Yeah, you can see it's enclosed for half of it, but it's mainly porch.
We look at these others, 642, 64, 728, 729.
Yeah, just ask Ray what you want to do.
Okay, so you want to see this one?
Yeah, well, where's the subjects?
Right here.
There, okay, yeah, so 729, let's look at that first.
Okay, you want to see it in Pack, Scott, or you want to see it in, I mean, we're looking at it.
Yeah, can we look at the?
Here?
Yeah, there you go, property cards.
Okay.
Does that say 384?
Yeah.
Okay.
And Stephen, how's that, the property size? Well, that's a smaller parcel than yours. So that's 340. 47 for the Oops.
Yeah, the only difference between his land and mine is his is actually on Palo Blanco, which is a city maintained road. And he has things like power lines going to his house with high-speed internet, things that I can't possibly do.
When you look at the percentage increase, the percent complete went up 20%. The land stayed the same. And then the total value went up 16%. So it's
Yeah, what I'm having
stair-step
trouble,
there.
what I'm having trouble with is the lack of city water, lack of trash pickup. I mean, these are things that are, I consider to be significant.
Yeah. And I can't, I'm having trouble visualizing the effect of not really being in Spanish Woods.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what other, let's see, the dump is to the left, is that correct? Yeah.
I hear that and donkeys all day long.
Donkeys?
Somebody has donkeys like right here, right at that big pond.
Yeah. So at like 19706 and that whole area there to the what whatever direction. it
That's
is.
Fulton Outlots.
Yeah, is that different land tables and stuff?
Of course.
Yeah, the only difference between them and us is the state easement going through where they were gonna build the bypass, which hopefully they never do. 'Cause, and I would definitely be here protesting that.
Maybe adjusted.
So it's our time, yeah. I don't know. 10,000 off, yeah.
What's the
utility?
What's the utility? Amount.
I'm saying 10. What's that?
Oh, they got no trash pick up and no electricity. No dirt road.
It's got electricity.
I'm
No.
sorry.
You could have city water if you paid for it.
Yeah.
It costs $10,000 to get
Well,
water line brought to you.
there's not city water down Palo Blanco like any of the other streets in Spanish Woods. It's at Spanish Woods Drive.
Oh, so a lot of houses in Spanish Wood they're not on city water then, right?
No, all Spanish Woods is,
Okay,
but Palo Blanco, there's not a
Okay.
city water line coming down that
Gotcha.
particular street,
gotcha.
like you would see up in Sierra Woods or something like that.
Yeah.
Not
Kind of
I guess
with you,
the
I
other
mean-
thing too is school taxes are included in this, aren't they?
Sorry?
Are the school taxes included on this chart too?
No, we don't deal with
Okay.
taxes, we just deal with the
It's just
assessed
the
value.
property.
You get a 10.
I can go with that. Okay.
You okay?
This one here.
Okay.
Trash too?
And the increase was 60,000.
He's got trash pickup, he just has to run his can, get it down for the.
Yeah, that's not gonna pick up.
What
What that entails is usually
That's all
I'm
in trash.
dressed like this to go to work. And I have to load up the cans here into the back of my truck, both the big blue ones, and drive them all the way down here, and down here, and down here. I'm gonna lay and pick them up and back and forth each week.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. Yeah, we do at least 10. Why do you go?
10 seems fine.
I would probably go 15.
15?
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so I move on account 2021-1699, account number 34113, when considering incorrect appraised market value and equity value, Q2, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $434,120 to $419,120.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Bechtel.
All right. Well, I certainly appreciate everybody's time this morning.
Thank you, sir, for participating.
Yeah.
Right now.
You're waiting for us out there.
Are we
That
done?
has been looking
No,
at
we
it.
have one waiting for 10.
Okay. Okay, so we're
He
not.
seems less happier than me.
What do you say? He seems less happier.
Are you all ready?
He being.
You ready?
Right?
Whoever's coming, I guess.
Oh.
Stephen has waited about an hour
Oh,
or more.
yeah.
Yeah.
This guy was just waiting that, hopefully that not that long.
It isn't 2 hours yet.
Stephen's the one that is.
We got to 2 hours, I start to worry.
What did you say we have for 2?
At least one waiting so far. And it looks like we got a couple.
Yes, Mr. Vestal? We have case number
Howdy.
659.
Right.
I don't chair, sir.
5-9.
Page 2.
Tommy Vestal? Tommy? Is that Tommy?
Tommy.
Okay. Got the right person. Tommy, we got some administrative to go through before we get started. Let's follow along. I have some questions for you toward the end. Okay. We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-659, account 69848. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We're the board around the table. The appraisal district occupies that chair over there. He'll be here in a minute. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the conclusion of this hearing, a document will be created with all particulars in it, and it will also indicate what you can do if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. It's very important. Do we have all your evidence?
I think so.
Okay.
Y'all let know what evidence to me.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.56F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
Bill Dutt, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Tommy, this is your turn.
I, Tommy Vestal, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you. My name is Michael Sutter. I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Prison District is true and correct.
659.
Tommy, you have an appraiser's license.
Do I have an appraisal license?
Yeah.
No, man, no, sir.
The governor may be, yes. Go with me.
I'm sorry, what?
The governor makes us ask that question.
Should I have an appraisal?
That piece of paper there shows how we're going to proceed with the hearing. You have a choice whether you go first or whether Mike for the district goes first.
It don't make a difference to me. I go first.
Okay.
You go first?
Yeah.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Might as well get this out real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
That's one of, first of all, during Harvey, were very polite in reducing taxes to us for half of a year. The devastation was right over my place. And I'm on 234 Dead Ends Drive. And it still looks like a war zone there. And I don't feel like my property should be valued like the property and the appraisals that y'all have given, sent to me as evidence package, where they're next to nice properties. One side of me, they've moved travel trailers in, there's a mobile home. That was a house there, it's gone, they ain't done nothing. Next door to me, it looks like it's abandoned. There's nothing but a slab there. My other neighbors, they think that's abandoned. On the other side, they've moved another travel trailer in. They haven't cleaned that up yet. They still got lumber and junk there, as you see. And that drags the appraisal property down. in my book. I have a question for y'all too. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I see on my appraisal that y'all tax me or praise me for the concrete that I rent from the state of Texas, and my pier that I rent and pay rent on from the state of Texas, and the boat lift, all that I pay for in the state of Texas. Am I correct? I am correct. I can make the checks to you. So how can y'all appraise that as part of y'all's property or my property when it's not part of the county? It's the state. How do you do that, man? Why?
That's him.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
question
that'd be
to us is that you have direct control of whatever you build, so people.
Not necessarily, sir. The whole world comes over and uses it.
Okay. All I would say is.
That's double taxation. You're taxing me on something I'm paying tax on.
Okay, was there a question for me that you'd like me to complete and answer?
Yes, please. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Okay, so everybody has the ability, if they have a waterfront property, has the ability to go out and, like you said, you're leasing the area underneath the water. You're leasing that area, but the improvement itself belongs to you. Like the pier belongs to you.
And God takes it away every so often.
He does, and he has that purview in our lives.
Yeah.
He has that full
Constantly have to
authority.
rebuild it.
Yeah, he has that full authority to do that. So that's the answer to the question, sir.
But it's, to me, it's still double taxation. You answer a question, but you didn't really answer the legal aspect of that as far as I'm concerned.
I did, as far as well, you prefaced the ending with, as far as I'm concerned. Well, you're welcome to your opinion.
All right.
So let me understand this, Mike. The land or the water gets leased, but the homeowner is responsible for the improvements.
Obviously, Copano Bay is owned by the state.
Right.
They lease the water, they lease the land underneath the pier. That's what they lease. That's how they're set up by the general land office.
Okay. You're not taxing him for that.
No, we're just
Okay.
taxing for the
pier.
the structure, for the
structure.
improvement of it.
Okay.
But the structure is on state property.
Yes, sir.
The concrete is leased from the state of Texas that y'all appraise. I don't see where that's.
Which concrete? Which concrete?
Pardon me?
What concrete?
The bulkhead, that's leased from the state of Texas. I pay $165 a year for the right to have that concrete there and the pier.
Yeah.
Is that the state or navigation district?
It's the state, it's the general land office.
Oh,
So
okay.
at some point, if the general land office said that, stop the time if you want, just so that this is clear. So this thing runs, it meanders. Some people have bulkheads that they built a long time ago, some people didn't. At some point, somebody determined at the general land office that there was so much of this that belonged to the state because it was impeded with water. Maybe this property owner, the one that owned before him, or built onto that. At that point, it's just like a pier. He's just renting the land underneath it. The improvement right up here is what we're assessing, just like the improvement over the water is what we're assessing. We're just assessing for the concrete. We're not assessing
For the land.
Yes, that's correct.
Gotcha.
It's just the concrete. It's the concrete.
Okay.
And meaning, if you can imagine the same bulkhead situation without concrete, there would be no concrete. It would just be grass. And it would not be assessed because it's owned by the state if it's leased. There's many lease situations associated with piers. That's the way they work with the general land office.
Well, so if I wouldn't have poured it to concrete, y'all wouldn't be appraising it as being part of my appraised value. Is that what you said?
Yeah, if it were grass,
Yeah,
it would not
right.
be concrete. It would just be grass.
Well, anyway, the main thing is that I'm still in the middle of a devastation here. My property values, I don't feel like are as great, or should be as great as the people that are selling property. Most of those that y'all have given me, got nice places next to them. And I don't have that, so that's my case. I mean, I still don't agree with the gentleman in the back about the concrete and the pier, because that is on state property, and I don't see how it cannot be double taxation.
Okay.
I'm paying for it.
We'll get more time here in a minute. So Mike, now you got 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
I don't have anything to cross. I'll just go into my presentation. This is one of the nicer houses on Dead Ends Drive, in as much it has one of the higher values. You will see that the thing under protest is both Q1 and Q2, which is incorrect appraised market value and unequal compared with other properties. It's going to be unequal compared with other properties because it's one of the nicest on the street. And in as much, we're not going to be able to get to the value that we currently have on the subject property. And you're going to see that in our evidence. Having said that, you should absolutely agree with the property owner and reduce the value. So, this is my evidence. From a market value standpoint, these are sales that would have happened on or close to the subject property owner's property. You can see that in the very first thing we have the card, we have 525 and change in the subject property, 4 feet, good looking home, nice driveway, nice covered porch. As he said, you know, I've got a nice concrete pad in the back. It's got a pier. It's a nice home. But we have a 4 FB minus on this property. In looking at this property, it's not 4 FB minus. It's probably 4 FB plus or better. But having said that, this is what we have. Continue on. You can see the structure that we have here. Color, I guess, blue now. That's on Dead Ends Drive. These are the ones that have sold either on or close to Dead Ends Drive. You can see that this is one of the sales that we had that's actually on the same street. What did that one sell for? That one sold for $398 and change. It directly influenced both the land table and the neighborhood, which is in that overall Coconut Cove neighborhood. It was one of the data points that we used to increase all the market values in that area. Now, what's the same? What's different about it, or what's the same about it, or anything else? You can see that in that adjustment, that one appraises out to 435. Now, that's at 214 rather than 234. So that's just a couple of deals down the street. The next one is 1991 Coconut Ridge. You can see that that's a much better house from the roof line and everything else. I would say that this one probably, I think, if I remember right, this one was modified because this property owner that bought this actually said it's not as nice as you think it is. And we actually reduced the class to max. I think he actually pointed at this one during that hearing. Having said that, the comp number 2 is much better. It appraises out at 530, that was sold for 521. The biggest difference there is the land element, that's $35,000. 3 and 4 are both with Coconut Ridge and Ridge Harbor. Those are better than the subject from a classification standpoint. This one's actually the same class as the 4 FB. They're different effective ages. This one is big. This one's 3,384 square feet. So the median value is 508. That does not support the 525. You should absolutely agree with the property owner in that regard. Moving down, that's another cell. Moving down to comp equity, you'll see that other 4 FBs. And again, I'm affirming to you that when I'm looking at this house, this is not a 4 FB minus. It's probably better than that. But I'll take care of that in the future. Looking at these 4 FBs, these are it's a 4 FB, 4 FB minus, 4 SS minus. Continue on. This is 4 FB plus and 4 FB minus. You can see these are actually kind of similar. This is probably the best comp. That one's appraised at 362 and change. The biggest element there is going to be that's an $80,000 land adjustment there. Also, the size, the subject is much bigger. That appraises about 489 and change. You can see the median equity value that we have is 488. That's what I can support right now. I will say for the record, I think that if you go to pictometry, zoom out and pull it over to, yeah. I believe that this was the sale right here. And these people said, I'm not a 5FP, I'm a 4FP. You can't say I'm better than that house right there. And they pointed to that house, that hearing. And I remember lowering this value. One of these was the sale. Maybe it was this one was the sale. One of these was the sale. And they pointed to this house right over here. Having said that, I don't think that's a 4FP. I think the 4FP are better. It's a big house, but all I can support was the current data that I have is 488 for the equity standpoint. That's all I got. Okay. So you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need them. I'll give you 4 minutes.
So what did he just tell you? I don't guess I follow all of it. That nomenclature of the 4Bs. I'm not a lawyer either. Just nagging.
Basically, what he's doing there, he takes a comparable, either a sales comparable or an equity comparable, which is a house that would be similar in nature to yours. Then he corrects for things like one house has a 2-car garage, one has a 1-car garage, one has maybe a swimming pool, the other one doesn't. So he makes all these corrections in land size, porch size, other attributes, docks, and then they come up with a value compared to yours to try to bring these comparables to be like yours.
So now you had me down at 500 some odd thousand appraisal value. So he's saying it's only worth 488.
That's all he can support.
That's all he can support. Well, I can support 488 with the devastation around. Y'all need to go there. It's pretty pathetic. Here, the concrete that is falling off. I mean, we were hit pretty hard with Hurricane Harvey. Nobody's rebuilt it. All just drug travel trailers. I live in the middle of a, not even a trailer park, I live in the middle of a travel trailer. What do you call it?
RV park.
RV park. Yeah.
Well, we
the
don't
property, the RV park is valuable.
Well, we don't disagree with it.
Anyway, I appreciate whatever y'all can do to lower this. I built the house myself. It's not just strict, straight, laced, no concrete floors, not fancy inside at all. A beach house. The house just next door used to be really nice.
Anything else?
I guess that's all. I mean, I don't know what else to tell y'all.
Great stuff.
Oh, hold on. I can fix it. What you need? Go back.
I want to go back to that. When you had.
Yep.
The current.
Where are we on the procedure time? He's got about 2.5 minutes left.
He's got time left and he said he was done. I'm a little puzzled. You have pictures here of travel trailers and trash and all kinds of stuff. But the houses around your house on this pictometry look clean. They look like they've been rebuilt. Where is all the trash?
Well, the house straight across the street hadn't been rebuilt, where that Olive Grand is where the house used to be. Right there. That one to the that is a trailer house there. This one down here, it looks like it's abandoned. Mike Lee called me one time and said people just travel. They use the one above it is a bed and breakfast or B&B, Airbnb, what it's called. They come in here and use this pier all the time. They just go through there. The house is multicolored, painted. He thinks it's abandoned. The one on the left there, you see the pile of debris right on my property there. That to the left is all that. That's just remnants of And I had the people clean that place up when they were, the volunteers came there, I told them, go to that place, because there was an older couple that owned that place. They're from Corn City. I knew they couldn't clean all that debris up, so I sent the helpers over there to clean up. And that's what they left. They just pulled a little travel trailer in there, and the deck is still devastation from the storm. And haven't done anything about that. Haven't rebuilt their pier. But you have only so much time to build a pier. Those piers that look like that, they look so trashy. I can't stand it. You drive up down there. I don't understand that. I don't understand why we don't police that. If they're not going to rebuild it, they need to pull poles out and clean it up. Because it just looks bad. I mean, and this part of here, the concrete is about to fall in the water to the right. And once one part of that falls, nothing but sand underneath it, it all goes. That's probably a $50,000 fix there.
Hey, how do you feel about this?
Anyway, I mean, it all.
Yeah, it's much more than the first time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're almost out of time. Anything else?
No,
Mike, you have 2 minutes. Then for rebuttal.
Right, two things that are protest market value. And equity. I'm telling you that I don't think this is a 4FB minus. That should be assessed more than that. Having said that, that's what all of the things were based on. With that, the sales comparison price produces value 508, and then furthermore, an equity value produces value 488 change. You heard a whole bunch of stuff about trash and whatever. The reality is, there was a recent sale for a house, pump number 1, just a few doors down. It's almost 1/3 the size of the subject as far as main living area. Almost 1/3 the size of the main living area that the subject has. And that sold for $398, almost $400 for that little house. So you can talk about trash or trashy or whatever. It's 15656. That one right there. And I will testify for, just my remembrance of that particular property. That person happened to be a real estate appraiser and said they overpaid for it. And I remember them talking about the condition of that home and it not being fine, which would make an equivalent, like if it's a 4, it would make this one even higher than it is. That one sold for $398. So don't be influenced by all this is trashy, this is whatever. You have a recent sale on the subject property for a much inferior property than the subject is right now. All I can support is 488. You should absolutely go to 488.
You have 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts?
Yes, sir. I understand that property values are outrageous right now. And that's normally a result of a hurricane. You go through an area, everybody thinks they're coming in there to buy a market. And they're just snapping stuff up. And I don't think in the long run that is supported down the road as for its value. They're going to come to realization. They stepped off into something. People just buy crazily right now. Everybody's got more money than I got. But saying what he said is on both sides of that house are nice houses. And then look what they got for it and what he feels like it was worth. It wasn't worth near what they got for it. And so I don't see where mine should be appraised at that high value. I think it should be adjusted down. And I'd appreciate y'all's consideration on it. Y'all are very cordial. I've been in front of these things before. And it's kind of like, you feel like you're in the middle of a shooting squad, firing squad. I appreciate you going through it.
Okay. All right. Mike, you got a minute to close.
The number should be 480, no lower.
Okay. What's our time?
I remember the guy, 15, 6, 56. But I don't remember what what was done there. He was an appraiser and audit. What comes with it.
When it comes to the,
Remember, we not,
yeah, the trashiness, I'll say general trashiness in the neighborhood, that affects all, some more than others, I get that.
definitely,
But it affects the whole neighborhood.
Kind of a factor. It's called obsolescence, something that when the neighborhood is
Economic obsolescence, is that the, do I have that right?
An economic obsolescence is one in which you have a property that, let's say you had 10 properties. And then you had one property that was adjacent to a pig farm. That would be, there's nothing wrong with his property, but they're adjacent to a pig farm.
Yeah.
That would be a one-off kind of thing.
Right.
That just, in my opinion, does not apply. Okay.
What do you think?
You can already go for the age. You want to do anything else, I don't know.
I'm thinking 48, 44. 48, 480.
Yes. I just ballpark 30,000.
Which is what?
I'm 458.
Go 460. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-659, account number 69848. That we've been considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value with Q2 incorrect equity value. That we lower the 2021 appraised value from $525,510 to $460,000.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done.
so with it. For all this way this year. For this year. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, that's gonna be, I'm sure you'll have quite a few people come in this year. And they're making their appointments up.
A couple of thousand.
I tell you, it's gotten crazy. Gentlemen, ladies.
Have a great day.
Y'all too. Take care. Hope you get better.
I'm working on
Yeah.
it. I take enough drugs.
Are you?
Huh?
Are you?
Yeah, I'm working. I'm taking drugs, new drugs in the market. Right?
There's a lot of new ones.
Yeah.
Good luck with it.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. So we're already in the order.
That's it?
We don't know.
You're right. Actually, I don't remember that.
But I'll find out.
Okay, we have 2 affidavits for the 10 o'clock. Affidavit only.
Today.
I guess I'll go. Case number, we got 1339. Do them first for Vargas.
What number?
1330.
1330. Mario,
For, Alberto Vargas.
aye. Alberto,
Ernest
Ernest,
Vargas and Fall. 1339. It's at the bottom of page 3.
That's what do you have for the name?
I have Alberto Vargas.
It's Ernest on the sheet.
That's the Ernest. Vargas.
It's
And
an
and
et al.
others.
Yeah, et al. So he's probably included in et al. Ray, can you see that? You know, his property?
What are we doing?
I want to check and make sure that Alberto Vargas
What's the account?
60534.
We don't have the affidavit on our account. You got it?
Yeah.
Under what?
Oh, and taxpayer evidence. Just
Really?
say Alberto. And find out.
Well,
You go back.
son of a gun.
See it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Had to go back. $13.39.
Yes. Got it?
Charles Bowers.
About this?
There's a letter from Charles Bowers here.
Okay.
That's a distribution. So it's kind of, yeah. I don't know. Maybe where would it say that? Here somewhere? This is who died, right? This is deceased Joe.
That's the grandchildren, yeah.
And
Grantee.
then this person here. That's the wife. Joe, somebody was admitted to probate at some point.
Mike, you got a name problem here. Who's on the card?
Who's on the property card?
Yeah.
Ernest Vargas et al. That's and others.
Go to owner, do the probably.
Do we know if Alberto Vargas, who signed the affidavit, is one of the others?
We can try to look at the deed.
Then, I mean, so the,
Yeah, different.
Is there an appointment of agent?
the
Maybe is that
original
a son or a cousin?
is Ernest,
There's no appointment.
and then there's another deed. So the original deed is Ernest. And then it is, yeah,
Alberto, okay, yeah.
yeah,
Alberto's on it?
He's included in the et al.
Okay, so then, yeah, he's an over here.
yes, yeah. Quarter
All right.
interest.
This is an affidavit hearing, so we'll open a hearing on case ID 2021-1339, account 60534. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 41.66F.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
.66. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael Soto. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony shall present to be review board and
The district representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Hey, Beth.
Alberto Vargas, we appraise market value, the subject property under protest 2021 South Massive Street with 9 pages. With this evidence, please refer to the supplemental letter. I will not be able to appear before the hearing panel. I have elected to submit this affidavit. Under hearing type number 6, I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. This affidavit and or its arguments submitted with the used for hearing, I do not appear in person. Signed in the county of Bear, Alberto Vargas. Alberto Vargas, this is the letter, signed June 10th, to Charles Bowers, chairman of the Aransas County Review Board, RE Property ID 60534, Section 5, Statement of Facts or Arguments Supplement. To Mr. Bowers, we believe the proposed appraised value of 237 for our property 2021 supplement is overvalued and present the following evidence that may assist you in reevaluating its price. Our property is from flooding. 2 adjacent properties discharge stormwater runoff and have created flooding. The owner has elevated their land and allows stormwater to flow into our yard, and the other neighbor has installed drainage conduits to divert runoff into our property. In addition, have damaged fence and do not maintain the area clean of rubbish. Please refer to pictures, and they have those listed right there. City of Rockport has not kept the drainage ditch to parallel St. Matthews in good operation. Additionally, this issue is open flooding to a portion of property. The ditch flows south and discharges past 8th Street. It has restricted flows in several points, creating slow flowing to standing water in the ditch for several minutes. Please refer to the pictures and the listed right there. Our house sewer is connected to a septic tank. It does not have convenience to see for wastewater utility. And finally, the fence and its gates were damaged by Hurricane Harvey and lack funds to and have not been afforded its repair or replacement. We believe these factors have a negative impact on our appraisal, and proposed opinion value is $205,460. Be reasonable. Thank you for your time and consideration. Attached is the first picture of a fence line in the adjoining property. There's a chain link fence. You can see gray shed in the background.
Do y'all have the pictures on your, okay, you just have to look at them there.
Second is the same picture. Third is an elevated view of another vantage point, maybe the adjoining property. And this is a picture of rocks on one side of the fence and grass on the other side of the fence with the water. This is the front or towards Mathis. This is the front drive. There's another picture of the front drive. It's not flooded, or it's just the ditch. This is the adjoining property to the south. Here's. This is the adjoining property to the north with the motorhome. The out towards road. This is some corner I cannot identify. Some curved corner. Maybe at the end of the street. Maybe at the south end of the street. I believe this is the south end of the street. Therein lies the subject property owners affidavit. In cross examination time, what I'll do is I'll identify those areas those pictures in concrete imagery. You can flip it. Go on the sound. One more time. And zoom out. I want, yes.
You flip again out, have any control over that part.
Zoom out one or two. There you go. I believe the first picture was from here looking this way, because you saw two gray sheds. It was like a wire fence right there. I believe another picture was the same picture. Then I believe there was another picture from this vantage point up here, looking down towards those rocks, those pools on the left, and this was the other picture. Then you saw a picture going, they were standing like here, and it was flooded, looking this direction. And then another one where it was dry, it was just the benches that were full. And then there was a picture here that looked this direction, south, and this was like a concrete drive area. It was there. And then the other one was looking from the same vantage point, looking this way, and there was like a motor home thing right here. And I believe the last picture, zoom out. Keep going. I believe the last picture was, just pull it up. I believe the last picture was this curve right here. And it was like standing here looking that way. How much more time do I have?
Oh, I'm sorry, I would.
Okay.
The affidavit was on there.
Yeah, what I will say is this area is, area to the east of this is low. Generally does in big rain events, just like all of South Rockport has experiences temporary flooding events. What I'm going to show is, I believe the two things that are processed, market value, I think, or just market value. I think it's just market value. So what I'm going to show is that there has been recent market sales activity for properties in the same area that experience all the same things. So there's no external market forces that are specific to this property. There's market value transactions in this Cove Harbor area. So if you'll go back to our pictometry, I believe all of our sales, like zoom out one more time.
Cove Harbor would be just.
Yeah, I believe all of our sales are going to be in this area, which you can see has flooding in and about these streets. It has all the same kinds of things. In fact, if you were to compare one to the other, that one might even be better.
Hey, Mike, is the road that's called 70 along there? Is that the Market Street exit?
Yeah, this is where you go here. You go to church. No, this is not the bypass. This is 35 South.
Oh, got it.
Cove Harbor is just like if you zoom out one more time
Before you peel off.
like this is Cove Harbor.
Got it.
This is where Paradise Key is.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was lost.
So in relation to this is the subject property here. I'm going to go into the sale, but what I wanted to say was that the area of the sale that we pulled from is all of these types of homes that are just north of Cove Harbor, but to the east, generally to the east of the road. These are all these sales. This is on Young Street, Bronte Street. This one sold for $326,000. It's about the same size. It's newer than the subject. It's better from a classification of the subject, but I don't know really. I mean, I don't know. That one sold for $326,000. It's got not quite half the land that the subject has. Another one on Bronte Street. This one again is new construction right here, 2019. It's a little bit bigger than the subject, a little bit better than the subject. as far as classification. And the land is not quite as valuable. Those appraised out to 272 and 260 respectively. Again, in the same area, this is that Cove Harbor North area in the neighborhood. This one sold for 315. Again, this is another house. You can kind of see they're kind of similar. They're both still homes. One has a garage. This one has like a storage garage thing underneath it. That one sold for 315. It's got half the land as far as size. It's better than the subject. It's bigger than the subject. Those are appropriately adjusted as well. That one renders a value of 257 and change. The last one is on Bronte Street as well. It's another still house. That one sold for 231. That one's a little bit smaller than the subject. Still a little bit effective age newer than the subject. But the land is like half the square footage of the subjects. So that one appraises out to 230. The median value of all those is 259. Now, if you go back to pictometry and just zoom out like 2 or 3 times. Zoom out again. And pull it up. Yeah, there you go. So the Young and Bronte and things like here, I want you to know that all of these are cells that happen right in here. So Mathis, Young, Bronte, these are cells of houses like right in Young Street. They all experience the same kind of conditions as the subject. I mean, if you have localized flooding, so do these houses. Are they still homes? So is that house. I don't know what to say. And yes, they both experience localized flooding. They're both in South Rockport. In fact, they're from the same neighborhood. They experience all the same market forces. The market value is well supported by a tune of $30,000 or $20,000. Go back to my grid.
$22,000.
Yeah, I got 237. The median value of all these sales is 259. This is well supported.
Okay.
With the remainder of my time, I'm entertaining your questions.
I guess maybe from Cord, has the flooding issue ever been addressed on this problem?
You mean the flooding issues in the entire area? No, I don't think so. We can look.
Usually it'll say something like 80%.
If it's like typically underwater all the time, which this is not typically underwater. So if there was a pond or something that was flooded all the time, yeah. I don't have any adjustments to the property at all for the land.
That's not anything here.
Yeah.
No. Okay. 237 versus 259. Median sale price. Okay, so on case ID 2021-1339, account number 60534, when considering incorrect appraised market value, I move that we retain the 2021 appraised value of $237,350.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed.
I believe we have one more.
Where is that?
She may have already gave. Did she leave the stuff here? Hold on. Let me look.
She gave me.
What did she give
the affidavit?
Y'all need
Bulmer.
y'all need the signing things.
Yeah, Bulmer. Bulmer is the last.
Balmer. Yeah. All right. Y'all pass this around.
Yeah.
All right. You need another one of these or no?
No.
Wait, did I give you the right one? Is it Bowler or Barlow?
Bowler.
Why do I have a Barlow? Is there another one after this?
That was either Barlow or Bulmer.
Bowman?
Is it Bowman?
There is a Barlow too.
I have a Barlow here too. Was there another affidavit after? How many more are left?
The affidavit
We just did one.
that I just gave my, the other one.
Bulmer.
Okay, what's this Barlow?
Bulmer is the one we're doing. That is account number 32347. Page 1377.
Where the affidavits go? Were these ones that were sitting there?
Are there any more for 10 o'clock?
Just that affidavit.
Just the Bulmer affidavit.
Yeah.
Okay.
What was the affidavit?
Barlow was no show.
Mike has an affidavit for Bowman.
No, like my affidavit.
I don't know.
Okay.
Did you just hand something to Charlie?
Oh, I gave Charlie his paper.
Well, you should be here.
We're ready to go.
One of those days.
All right, Bowler it is.
That went well.
Heads up on the job.
Opening hearing on case ID 2021-1377, account 32347. This is an affidavit hearing. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protesters with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Kathy Hoffman, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with a person in violation of tax code section 41.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
My name is Michael Sutter, do solemnly swear to affirm that this place represents the appraisal review board from American County.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Okay, Lisa Bulmer is 2263 FM 462 in Moore, Texas. You have the property owner purchase 5866 Highway 35 North, number 103. Incorrect appraised market values of legal control of the properties. In response to appraised sale value, appraised / I think it's a sale value of other cottages at Seagun. Our cottage 103 is in much lower elevation. Most anytime it rains, we have a high tide. Our cottage gets water inside and all around our place. Thank you so much. I do not intend to appear in hearing either a person or telephone conference call. Signed by in the county of Medina, Lisa Bulmer, on the 14th day of June 2021. I don't think there's anything else. Let's look at their taxpayer evidence. Oh, yeah. Here's the pictures that they included. This is the pictures of the heavy rain. Pictures of rain and water. This corner of the house thing. I don't know if that's like between two different cottages. I don't know where that's at. And then this is like towards the front porch. Yeah, go back a little bit. Go back, right? Yeah, that one right there. Yeah, you've got stuff right there. You can continue on. I don't know if that's the subject or the adjacent property, but that's a quarter of what appears to be a front porch.
Looks like the subject. Man, it could be.
This right here, this one right here is a picture of the street, which would be to the west of that line of houses. This is Gun, just north of the causeway on the right hand side. Little pink. Used to be the decks on that they just built again. That's just to the right of that. This is that development. Here you have more pictures of flooding and more pictures. And this is an area that they show there's some water on the inside, on the floor. And this is more pictures of flooding. And this is the picture of the subject itself.
I don't see the problem. They can take the boat right up to the garage.
This is them like putting in the thing so that they can shut back out and try to keep the water out. And there's the last picture, I guess 103.
So we're seeing the water to the, that'd be
So
southwest.
yeah. And the answer, let's try to get where these pictures are coming from. So if you'll give us some commentary imagery. This one is the subject right here, this one right here. So the little porch pillar things, those are on the east side. The road is on the west side for all of these properties. So let's go through the pictures again. So picture number one appears to be a palm tree and that thing right there. So that appears to be, go back to the palm tree.
There you can see the water in the back.
Yeah, that appears to be a vantage point looking from this way, looking straight down back this way. So you see those white pillars. Same thing for number two. Number three is the same thing, maybe standing out a little bit further in the yard to like the east. I don't know where this is. This next picture, which is pink, right? I don't know where that is. It's somewhere, maybe in that corner, possibly. This one appears to be on the other corner. So this would be the south part. Yeah, right in that area, looking kind of that direction. This one is standing in the front of there, to the west side, looking south, looking in the street. Yep, somewhere in there. Better next.
That's all I have, Mike. There's more pictures. I don't have them because they're JPEGs and not PDF.
Oh, okay.
So y'all may have additional photos.
Again, the next one here. Yeah, there's a few additional pictures here. There's one on the inside of the house. Some more just flooding pictures.
So stay right there, Ray.
Okay, that's in 2007.
Okay.
Just so you know.
So just considering where the water is there in the harbor, how much of the flooding do you suppose from those pictures was due to rain versus maybe a high tide or a combination of the two?
I think those pictures had to do with the most recent heavy rains.
Okay.
I think that there's, I don't know this to be true. I mean, you'd have to do an elevation survey from the bulkhead all the way up to the property to see high tide, but
If that was the latest big rain event, we did get a 2 foot above mean low all water in the harbor.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yep. Was.
Curious. Flooding is flooding. Okay. You want to go to your evidence, Mike?
I do. So if your property currently has a valuation of 133,000 change, on the next deal, you can see the pictometry imagery. What are things selling for here in this area? With, this is apartment, the subject is apartment 103. So the other two are apartment 106 and 107 and 105. So those were all sales. So along the same area, like on that left side, pictometry wise, it's still going to be the pictometry.
All like next door or across the street.
No, they're all on the
Oh,
same.
okay.
They're all on the same left. There's a row of houses on the left, like this. It's probably going to be one of those right there. If it's 10 something, it's going to be right on that side. I think. Let's see. Account number 32350. We're to pull out. Yeah, that's
Okay.
that one.
There. All right.
Then the next one is 32341. Okay, so that's around the bend. And then the next one is 32349. That one, so they're all right there.
Okay.
And then the subject is 2 down. Yeah.
Okay. Very close.
And all those one story that you chose? I think so.
Those were the only sales within this last cycle. Yes, that's the answer is yes.
Any differences? I can't tell.
Yeah. The subject is 769. You want to make it a little bit bigger, right? So 769 is the subject. The first sale is 959. The second one is 1061, and the third one is 800. The median of all those is 151,910. Is it market and equity for this?
Yes.
From an equity standpoint, the subject property is appraised at the median value is 141. I think what we probably tried to do here was find sizes that were a little bit more similar. 763, 763, 742, and the subject is 769. They're all very similar. Some of them, a couple of them have been redone, like to have hardy plank, but the majority of the properties out there they're masonry block houses. They're very low, very basic quality. Most of them have, the flooring that you saw that was wet on the inside, they mostly have that kind of flooring. They're a basic utility kind of condo cabin thing. Some of them are a little finished out better than others. They have 141 supports market value of 133. In the most recent flooding event, did the subject property get flooded? Yes. I believe that's true.
It's highly likely that several other properties in that same development experience the same issue.
Yeah.
On the whole area.
Yeah.
Well,
Water is coming from the land in Washington.
toward the water. I'm not seeing real reason here to change the value. I mean, they're pretty,
I feel bad for them.
yeah, they're too. I think reflected,
We're still buying them with that price.
yeah, or more, yeah. Or higher.
We can do it.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Case ID 2021-1377, account number 32347. And considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, or Q2 appraisal ratio of median level of appraisal, equity value. I move that we retain the 2021 appraised value of $133,980.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Out for recess?
Is that all for 10 o'clock?
All for 2 o'clock.
Recess till
There you go.
It's huge.
We're back live.
Okay.
Thank you. The Altex in Austin had a big layout.
Charlie had a stump full of pickup truck. You know, I always remember, because it was right down the street from my gym. It was a big, long bed, you know.
Oh, yeah.
And he backed into some parking space there at Altex, and he was parked, and some lady was pulling out. And she creamed her front end on his truck. But, you know, all it did on his truck was just kind of,
Move the dirt.
yeah, move some of the dirt on the bumper. You know, it just,
Scratch my bumper.
That's funny. I haven't remembered that. I haven't thought about that in a long time.
Gave it character.
Yeah,
Needed more character.
just move the dirt around.
Six.
Yeah, I can remember when Kristen was young. We were diving and she wanted a dive computer. And at that time you could buy these little dive computers. I can't remember what they were called. They were a dime a dozen. They cost something like $250, $300. And we told her she had to earn money. So what she'd do is go out and get some diving jobs. She was running cables on people's boat docks and stuff.
Oh, wow.
It was too funny. I went down as a safety diver. She did the work. I was just there to
Observe.
make sure she was in trouble. And she's carrying this cable down from one of them. And she's swimming and swimming and swimming. She's got her head in the sand. And she's trying to swim. And she can't get anywhere. And I pulled on her safety line and tug, tug, tug. What are you doing? This way. That's the bottom.
Well, she was inverted. She was.
Yeah, she was upside down. Yeah. Because the visibility was zero. I mean, it's just, you had to feel your way around. Because it was bad enough before you got there, but once you got there and you thin skirt up to the sill, it was zero. You know, it was.
Was this down south or was this in Austin?
It was in Lake Travis.
Yeah.
At about 50 feet.
I don't miss diving in Lake Travis one little bit. I enjoyed Lake Belton. Lake Belton was kind of nice.
I used to give classes in Lake Travis.
Yeah, I dove a couple of times in Lake Travis, but it didn't look like it.
Did you ever dive the?
Grotto?
No, the cleaning station, cleaning plant.
From the dam, where the dam is, the old Colorado River went around like this, and this area it's fairly shallow, I mean, relatively shallow. Oasis is over here. But anyway, this area, when they were building the dam, so that's back in the mid-30s, they were quarrying the rock and stone from the dam off the edge of the cliff of the Colorado River. What was cool is when they were done with the dam, all this equipment, they just,
We have Mr. Harbor and Mr. Harbor.
Hello. Afternoon.
And then y'all can have
All right.
It's pretty cool stuff. It's between about 75 and 100 people.
Just don't do it for
Mansfield
Dam.
It's okay if you want to.
Okay.
I won't yell at you.
All right.
Okay.
How you doing? How you doing?
Pretty good. Who's Michael?
That's me.
That's you.
Yes, sir.
And you are?
I'm John. This is
John.
my father, yes.
Okay. Well, we've got some administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter, so if you
Yes, sir.
just follow along, and I'll have some questions when we get down.
Okay.
Opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1608, account 15354. This hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We're the board at the table here, and Ray is the appraisal district representative in the back.
Okay.
We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. We do appreciate it if you take it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, there'll be a document created with all particulars in it. It'll also describe what action you can take if you don't agree with us.
Okay.
According to Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
It's all been submitted.
It was uploaded.
It was all uploaded, yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dave, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. That's you, Q.
I, Michael Harvard, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
I, John Harbour, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you.
I raise my hand and solemnly swear that
Do either of you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
No, sir.
Thank you. And let's see, you should have a piece of paper on the table there
Yes, sir, with options on.
with the meeting. Yeah, that's how we're going to run the meeting.
Okay.
You get to choose
Okay.
whether you go first or the district goes first.
Okay.
Which would you prefer?
I prefer to go first.
You want to go first?
Yes, sir.
You have 5 minutes.
All right. So to start off, just to kind of explain, because this is really going to actually matter. My home is 560 square foot. It's an open floor plan. It's actually, I have some pictures in the evidence. There's no bedrooms. It's a bathroom is the only privacy you have. It's super tiny. There is a reason that is going to come up. But that's, the inside floor plan, pretty much that covers everything, bathroom on the other side of that countertop. But my home this year saw an increase of 30% or $19,000. There's been no improvements at all whatsoever. This is actually some comparisons. You can see the outside on page 2. This is actually my neighbor's property that we'll be talking about in a minute. But I saw a 30% increase, $19,000. There's been no improvements done on this property whatsoever. Actually, last year they realized that there was a 120 square foot covered porch that never existed, removed that, but never changed the value. But the issue that I have here is ultimately, if you can bring up, there's another document in my evidence that really just kind of shines a light on everything. I don't know if you have a list of everything.
I have one here that I'm trying to bring up. It's a JPEG document that won't come up.
JPEG's won't open.
The one that's print percent
It'll
increase
open on
for
everybody's
homes.
tablet. Everybody's tablet.
Okay, so,
Yes, they
so
can
actually
see
here is the document, if y'all wanna just share it and look at it or
Oh,
anything like that.
okay.
But you can clearly see on this map, this is actually the appraisal district's map. You can see everybody's price increase in the 18 homes that are on my block. They range from 0 to 9.5% except for mine, which is 30%. I just can't understand how that could happen. And to kind of add to that, that home that you saw just a minute ago, that's 430 Eloise. That home is 1,000 square foot, 3-bedroom, 1-bath home. It's appraised at $40,000 for the building. Mine is now at $44,000. I can't half the floor
Square
plan.
foot.
Right, I can't understand how a home double that size with bedrooms, privacy, could be appraised less than mine. And that goes for pretty much every property that borders mine. And that's exactly what this document is. That's my home with a $44,980 appraisal this year for that tiny little house. But as you scroll through, you'll see the other properties. This property actually has 2 homes on it, both of which are larger than mine. Their combined value is just barely over my single value. When you break that up, you can actually see that these houses are, let's see, we said this is 434, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the small house is actually appraised at $16,000. And the larger is 35,856, and it's an 864 square foot, 3-bedroom, 1-bath, and it's still almost $10,000 less value than mine.
But the one in the other one is, as far as square footage and everything, is comparable.
Yeah.
I think it's 16 square foot larger than ours with a bedroom. It's a 1-bedroom, basically garage apartment, but it is 1 bedroom, has a bath, has a kitchen, much more amenities than ours do. And yet it is appraised at $15,000 and they're wanting, and they're appraising ours at 44.
But their increase, and that's what we're here for, their increase was only 5%, right next door. So I'm having a hard time. Also, if you can scroll down to the bottom of this document, if you don't mind, there should be an overview picture. It might be a little bit long, sorry about that. Right here. If you go back up, this is actually an aerial view, so you can see my house with a white roof, and then all the other homes that are around it and the footprint that it leaves. I mean, it's other than one house right there on that corner, mine is the smallest, yet its appraised value is much, much higher. And again, if you look, just scroll down to that Excel document, you can see in red, I saw a 30% increase. These are all the homes within 2 blocks of mine. I mean, I saw a $19,000 increase, and the guy that owns the $140,000 home only saw a $13,000 increase.
You're out of time.
You
Okay.
have more in a
You'll have
minute.
more later.
Sure, absolutely.
So Ray, then you have 2 minutes for just your cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Nothing across the
Okay.
So, CAD evidence. Let's see here, we got a value in 2020 of 52,810. We got a value in 2021 of 71,980. So 432 Eloise, that's South Central Rockport. If you know what CarQuest is, you can just kind of think about behind CarQuest.
Okay.
So we consider that area a neighborhood that goes from 35 business to church is South Central, and then from church to water is South Rockport. You kind of just think about those 2 areas.
Church is sometimes known as 70, I think is what it's right there. So this is a small efficiency style house in South Central Rockport on Eloise Street. We don't get a lot of protests from this area, so you guys may not be ultra familiar with it. But under protest are Q1 and Q2 market and equity. Sales comps are as follows. There's two sales on Pearl. One's for 700 plus square feet, one's for 900 plus square feet. One sold for 110, one sold for 160. When you compare each one to the subject, gives a value of 78 on the first comp. Second comp is a value of 76. So as we've said before, is it's subtracting and adding based on differences. There's more subtracting than adding between these comps, obviously. The next comps are comps 3 and 4. South Central Rockport again, this is on East Bay and Hackberry. Sell for 142 and a sell for 19,000. One SS, to see this 19,000 is a one SS for 800 square feet. Comes out at 56. And then East Hackberry is 142. Sell price comes out at 90. And they're class 3, 840 square feet. Every comp in here is larger than the subject. Two of the comps are the same class. One of them's lower, one of them's higher. Gives a median value of 77,921. The equity grid is also going to be in South Rockport. Equity-wise, we've got the first comp is a 2SS, 400 plus square feet. The second comp is a 3SS, 600 plus square feet. They render 74,000 and 71,000. Comp number 3 is on Murray, same area, 900 square feet. The median equity value is 74,453. That's the end of my evidence. I don't want to pretend like the homeowner didn't talk at all, so I'll say a few things. One, going up 30, 40, 50, 60, 80, 100, 200% for us. The percentage increase is not anything, that's all relevant to what's going on in the neighborhood. If the value was too low the previous year, there's so many factors in play. When you just start talking about percents, that percent, you have to understand the details of it. We would need to know the details of the 30% to understand the 30%. If not, it's just a number. The issue that I think he's pointing out, and that's a good issue, is that his percentage increase is greater than, by a large degree, the people around him. So while it doesn't faze me that somebody went up 30%, heck, some of the people in this room probably went up 30% in value. The reality is maybe why it went up 30% matters, since the thing next door went up 5%. So I think that maybe deserves an answer. That's it.
And the answer is?
Oh, we'd have to look. That's what I'm saying. We'd have to take the time to look. That's the thing about saying values and numbers and percentages. The only way to know is to actually go look and see why. I don't want to just say something. The area experienced a 15% increase from the previous year, but that doesn't, 15% to 30% don't jive.
So looking here, it looks like even on your property card, the whole neighborhood had a 35%.
Well, but the previous year though, Scott, was already 120.
Okay.
So it went up 15%, right? Which
That's
doesn't
half.
equal 30. That's half, right?
Okay. Now you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I just have a quick question. I need somebody to try and help me understand this. How can a 3-bedroom home, 3-bedroom, 1 bath with, twice the square footage be less of a value than our property?
Which one is that?
It would be,
Whose time is
This
this?
is their time.
Okay, this is your time.
Right. We'd like to know specifically, so we can take a
Oh,
look.
what is Ralph's address?
430
Eloise.
430.
Okay, can we take a look at that?
Scott? It's, yeah, you can, I mean, I
I
have
mean, that, and
document-
then the property right next door to us on the other side
Wait a
is a.
Let's do
Wait a
it.
minute,
Okay.
one at a time.
15355.
It's a 2SS from 1970.
Lower class
So
house.
it's a lower class. It's got 18 fewer years in effective age. It's rendering an adjusted value depreciated 58% or 42% good. There's no other monkey business going on. There's no other adjustment here or here. 3 times 6 is 18.
The land value is quite a bit less too.
Well, the land values are, we're not.
Yeah, no
disputing
land values have
The
gone
land
up.
values have stayed the same all the way
So
through. We're talking about the structure values.
So at this point, we know you're not. We're just making sure that there's not any monkey business going on in this particular account. 2SS Plus, 1970, 58% depreciated. So then if we go to the subject property here,
Structure value is 30,000.
30,000, that's correct, yeah. Go ahead, whatever you need to discuss. All right, so this is 2021 on Michael's property. So we have a 3BS, we have a 1988, and we have a 67% good or a 20 or a 33%.
That house was not built at 19.
No, that's the effective age. They haven't effectively aged Ralph's
Yeah.
property correctly, so ours is 1988. They've had the same amount of improvements after Harvey that we did. They're just pinpointing ours because of the payments.
And like I said, I just don't understand it, especially the property on the other
Well,
side.
let him explain. Can you explain?
Yeah, I mean, like I can wade through the accusations. So Ralph's property, whatever it is, we don't know about it. We don't know. Whatever it is,
So you said that several times. We don't know why my percentage has gone up 30%. You don't know why there's such a difference between the two, but yet you guys assigned a 30% higher value just off of whim?
So the best way for a hearing to work is for people to respect each other's times and to not interrupt.
Okay.
If we interrupt each other like that, other than the fact that it's rude.
You're in our time.
Yeah, but he asked me a question. And then I tried to answer it, I got like
We'll
2
give
words
you-
out.
We'll give you more time.
Okay, that's fine.
So-
I would like to hear the answer to the question.
Can you repeat the question? Do you remember?
Yes. This other house
Yes. His
is,
name is Ralph.
is bigger, has
Yes.
more bedrooms,
That's possible,
is a
yes.
bigger house,
We don't do bedrooms.
and yet it has $30,000.
No.
No, there's only 3.
No, there was like $3,000 difference. It's all.
Yeah, $30,000 versus 27.
Or it's $30,000 versus 33.
What are we talking about? My structure isn't at 33.
Well, it is, once this
44.
number is multiplied by this number, it gives that number, 44. So when we were talking about Ralph's property, we didn't talk about the top, we talked about the unmultiplied number. So to keep it in reference, I need to make sure I'm talking about the same numbers. There's a $3,000 difference, it's found in the depreciation. We don't do this on a whim, we don't pick on people, we just.
It's in the depreciation line.
It's all found in the depreciation. Oh, and the class. We have this as a 3 and we have him as a 2. So there's There's definitely that. We do not value on bedrooms, we do not value on bathrooms in this office. We don't even know. We don't know what bedroom and bathroom counts are.
Okay.
Sometimes we might get it off of a permit, but for the most part, our permitting process here isn't elaborate.
Well, I just thought, I was under the understanding that it was valued off of amenities and square footage.
Square footage and land. Yeah.
Okay, well, and the land is, we're not disputing the land. The land has been what it is and there was no
Yes, sir.
increase. But you can see here, that's what I'm saying, this is twice the square footage as ours. And yet he only saw a 5% increase versus our property that saw a 30% increase.
And I can testify here that there are homes all across this county that have less square footage and higher values than homes that have more square footage.
Okay, then.
Based on quality.
Okay, then right next door to us, on the other side of us, there is a garage apartment there that is 16 square foot larger than ours. That's it, 16 square foot.
Yes, sir.
And it's valued at a third of what ours is valued at.
Of course, that has it has two buildings on it, so you have to actually divide it up and figure it out by square footage, which each one is worth. I'm at about an $80 per square foot rate, where they're at a $40 per square foot
You're
rate.
actually at 83.
Right, we're rounding. But yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, we're at 83, but if you look at the house directly next door, either side, you're gonna see that they're at $40 a square foot value.
Yeah, so
With a 5% increase instead of the 30%.
Let's look at one of those. Look at the other one.
Yeah, anything
And while-
I wanna
and
look
while
at.
while he's pulling that up, explain to them the difference between class 3, class 2,
Thank you.
class 5.
Appreciate that.
You know, that.
Yeah,
that's
so
a tough concept.
we have 7 classes. 1 is not good. You don't want to be a class 1 home. 7 is the best you can have. And then a 4 is in the middle and 3 is below that. So a 4 is an average, a class 3 home is below average. Class 1 home should be almost built with used materials. It should be that bad. A class 2 home, they're barely even done anymore because of the building standards now. But if you can imagine like a 1970s home that was just sort of hammered together and is a box, that's a class 2.
Hang on.
It's a 434.
Which one do you want me to look at?
434.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Another thing to keep in mind is, like with land and with building, is there's an economy of scale and size. So if you have a 500 square foot home, it may cost $80 a square foot. But then if down here, this is 1,000 square feet, it's not 80 anymore, it may be like 72.
Right, again, and that's why we want to look at this one, because
Yeah.
it's exactly the same
The same.
situation.
The same thing, it's 2 buildings on this card that we're gonna look at. And there's 2 MAs, one is 864 and one is 576. The 576 is the one that's most similar, I think
Right,
it's 16 foot different, is that right?
that's correct.
So we have it as a class 2. The effective age is pretty close. I think we have yours as an 83 and this is an 85. And so this is 62% good, or what is that, 38% depreciated, giving a value of $20,000. So the difference in this is the difference between 16 square feet and the class 2 rating,
And what is ours rated?
a 3.
And that increases it by $24,000.
It increases it.
I mean,
That's what it increased ours.
well, ours is, I mean, like I said, ours is appraised at 44. So that's a $24,000.
No, you're looking at the wrong numbers here. We
Okay.
can't talk about 44 unless we're gonna talk about 59. So we're talking about this number right here before it's multiplied. So we would have to know, this one's at 20,210, the MA. So now we need to look at your card and we will see what the difference is between one class and 16 square feet.
31,150 is
So it's $11,000, that's the difference between 3 years, actually 3 years depreciation, 16 square feet, and a class difference. And your home would be not considered a 2, really because of the design element of it being lifted. It would be hard for us to say that's a class 2 home with the design element of it being up in the air. That's a pretty cool design, even for a modest efficiency home. Even in that respect. I don't have to say anything else.
And like I said, that's the biggest, that's just where we are seeing the biggest thing is. Go ahead.
Yeah, like I said, the 30% difference is the thing that if we're going off of sales, we're going off of similar structures, they're literally, you can't get any more similar than the houses that were built all at the same time on that same street. But I don't understand how some people saw as little as 5% to a maximum of a brand new home saw a 9.5% increase, while ours is 30%. If nothing else, if ours went up 30%, that should have brought everybody else's up. And as for sale value, to be blunt, I couldn't sell that house for anything near that because of the elements that are renting next door. I can't even let my kids down there by themselves anymore. This is a house that I grew up in and being around in the summers, and the elements that are in this area, it's not safe for children. So I'm really having a hard time wrapping my head around 30% or a $20,000 increase in value. We understand an increase, but that should be equitable across everyone on those blocks.
If everybody else saw a 5 to 9% increase, I would expect us to see a 5 to 9% increase. That's
Yeah, I mean, that's, I don't know what
just
more
equity.
we can say here.
So, I mean, that's about all we can say. I mean,
Okay. So I gave you 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
Right.
If you need it, you still got a minute left.
Yeah, I mean, I really couldn't cover it anymore, man.
I mean,
I've got no bedrooms, I've got no privacy. I get that it's in the air. When my grandmother had that house built in the 60s, well, actually in the 50s, they have it down as a 68, but it was more 58. You know, it was one of the only houses on the block, and including to Water Street. So there really wasn't pretty much an option at that point if you wanted to make sure it lasted. The only thing that has lasted is the floor. Between the hurricanes, we've had to replace it. But again, that's all sentimental stuff, and it really doesn't apply to value. Like I said, I can't wrap my head around paying $15,000 more, or having a value $15,000 to $20,000 more than the people around me, and being increased while no one else is. We don't even have an answer on why it went up that much. And everybody had enough time to prepare for this.
Okay, Mike, or Ray, sorry. You have a minute to close. Anything else you want to say?
I don't have anything else. I mean, the district has proven sales by market approach and equity. The only thing left is if anybody has any questions for me, if there's anything else y'all want to look at. We're not interested in hiding anything, so if there's anything to look at, we're available to look at it.
And all of your comp sales.
For example, the 30%.
Yeah. Sales for February of 20, August of 20, February of 21.
Just a quick question, should those be comparable homes? Because there's only one, and you're looking at it at comp 334,167, which is great for me, evidence-wise. I mean, you can see that's right in line with everybody in that neighborhood, including myself.
You talking about comp number 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay, see, that's a class 1 home. It has smaller piece of land. I mean, there's some things that, and that's why the district is adjusting.
Right, I understand.
So, okay, this is our time now.
Yes.
Let me ask, on the structure, there's a covered porch, is that true?
No, sir, there's no covered porch.
There's a 3 foot by 3 foot cover over the door. That's it. It's a 3 foot by 3 foot, just to keep you out of the rain while you unlock the door.
Right, there's never been in all the time that house has been there, there's never been a 120 square foot covered porch.
And underneath, it's on,
Total poles.
on pilings. Is, what's underneath it? What's underneath the house?
The house itself, nothing.
Just dirt?
It's open. Yeah, just sand.
Okay. Because I mean, I see two things that,
There is a shed underneath the porch though, and that's only underneath the porch section. It's actually built using the pilings for the porch itself.
well, there's a covered 120 square foot covered porch.
That was supposed to be removed after
It's
last
not a
year.
covered porch. It's a PDO,
Okay.
porch deck open. It says covered porch because in the past, we thought it was a covered porch. So
But it still has a value of $1,900.
Well, it has the value from a PDO, porch deck open, meaning no cover.
Okay.
That's what PDO.
Okay, so that's the deck. Okay, I'm with you. And the utility, the UU, is that the little storage building, right?
Yeah, something underneath is some sort of 48 square foot utility.
If the property card's correct, I'm not seeing,
Why this one?
yeah, well, I mean, I,
Why this one?
yeah.
Why the 30%?
Yeah.
I'm hoping you guys ask for, hey, Ray, why the 30%?
Hey, Ray, why the 30?
Let's try to find out, but we gotta go slow because I'll need everybody's help because my brain is fried.
And we'll make notes while you go along.
So right now what we've got is, we've got 44,000 up there. Oh, you guys have the card.
We
Y'all
have
have the card, right?
We have the card.
Oh, bring up the prior year.
Yes.
Okay, y'all have that. I don't have that in my hand. That should be okay, so now's when we're gonna try to figure this out. Because I do not know the answer. So we know there's one change here, 15%, right? 120 to 135.
Okay.
That's we're adjusting this whole neighborhood up 35%. That's how appraisal districts get to market value. We adjust the
Based on
total.
sales.
It's like the whole area, it's hundreds of properties at one time. We just,
15% is what it is.
we just pull them up.
From 20 to 21.
Okay.
We just pull them up. That's how you judge the market. Okay, so we still have a 3. We did change this. See, that says PC? Now it says PDO. So what is that? 1580 has went to,
1340.
okay.
Ray, let me stop you. I think there's look at the value, look at the improvement value versus the adjusted value. I think there's I think it's distributed.
It's distributed,
Right.
right here. That sucks.
So let me go here.
That means
It's
that,
there because it was from this.
nice. Go to values. Offer rejected. Go to hearing minutes. All right, this is Charlie and Robert and Kathy's fault.
This is from last year?
They should have remembered this account. We did this last year. So the reason that there's 30%, the reason that there's more in this account is because it isn't on, it's calculating that 30% off of your value, not ours.
We lowered it last year.
Yeah, so now the increase is not like its neighbors.
Okay, but everyone else in the neighborhood last year
Got a 5%.
got a 5% decrease. We didn't even get the decrease that everyone else on the block saw last year. We stayed because of the protest, they held us at the previous year's value.
Actually, they held us at the previous year's value, which did not give us the 5% reduction that everybody else saw. Then they took off the covered porch, but from what I can understand, didn't take off the value of that. So here we are this year, and we're seeing a 30% increase and not to be, this isn't accusations. When we walked out of here, the last thing this representative said to us was, that's fine, we'll just make it up next year. And that's why we're here, because they decided they were gonna make up that difference, and they did, significantly.
I don't have a response. I'm not gonna respond to that.
Should I say anything?
Good.
I could see that if we mark it down for a reason last year, whatever that reason was, that was last year.
I understand.
You know, this year's a new year.
Right.
Right, so, you know, if yours got marked down and your neighbors are up here.
But I
whatever,
didn't get marked down.
We just
It
got
didn't
held.
go down. It stayed exactly the same. They kept the same exact.
Okay, well, okay, then they kept, you know, they tried to raise it last year, but we knocked it back down. Right, now they're trying to raise it again. So you're getting last year's plus this year's.
How is that fair?
Scott, can you go back to the card?
The market is constantly moving up because.
We get that part.
Let's add
What
this
we
up.
don't understand is how we are the only ones seeing this type of increase when, you know, if we're talking about appraised values and sales within the same, you know, relevant area.
That's what you need to talk about.
Then everybody should be.
Then
No,
everybody's.
no, everybody, if you were lower, there's a reason why you're getting a higher percentage increase. But as long as that puts you in equal with your neighbors, they may have gone from this to this, but you went from this to this. As long as you're equal with your neighbors in either sales or an equity, which is what he presented,
So,
there could be reasons why
let me
there's
do something with you guys.
a large increase.
But I'm not equal with my neighbors.
This is the,
Yes, sir.
this is the value from the previous year, right? This is the previous year's card. This is where we were at 120%. 34, right? This is 34,000. This is all calculating. This is before the value gets distributed. This is still doing math. So if we did 34,510, right? 34,510 times 1.2. So that's 41,412. But that doesn't say 41,412. That says 25,810. So minus 25,810. So the board last year reduced your value by $15,000, maybe $15,600.
You guys kept it the same. It remained the same value.
Well, as the previous year, not as what they had it appraised.
I see.
Okay, so
But
what
it
that,
stayed the same from one year to the next.
so what that means is there was like a flat value in this account. It's holding it still and there's not any calculations going on. And now it's calculating. When it calculates, it's showing a 30% change. Absolutely. That's absolutely right. I mean, we had to dig into this and see what it is. Whether or not people agree or they think we're crazy or any of that, that doesn't matter. We at least know this is what happens when something calculates.
So there's no use in really coming to these things because if you do win, they're just gonna get it back the next year.
Well,
Even though it was
Every year will
too
be a
high.
great year, yes.
Well, again, and I mean, we're talking about, I just can't wrap my head around the fact that the people that have the property just east to us, by the time you raise our appraisal this year, we're gonna be at or above the value of the neighbor next door to us that has two structures
We're
on it.
already there.
Where, that already has two structures on it, a 3-bedroom and a 1-bedroom garage apartment on the same piece of property. And you're trying to tell me that a 560 square foot home is equal to two structures.
Okay,
That's,
we need to
Go over there. Yeah,
close this out.
I'm beginning to see why there's the large increase. We rolled it
Yeah,
back
because we
last
held
year.
it- we held it back.
Last year, so really you're getting 2 years worth of increase here.
Yeah.
Is the reason.
but
And
Wait.
And 1
So-
year is in a very hot market.
Yeah, I mean, things have really gone up this year.
So if y'all held it back, I'm just asking a question. Like, if you held it back last year because it was an unequal appraisal and it was because it was higher than the people around us, how did that just go away this year?
Well, you saw the sales.
Right, but
You saw
wouldn't
the
that
increase.
increase everyone's, when everybody had a 5% decrease last year, I had no decrease, and this year I'm seeing a 30 and they see.
I haven't seen evidence of a 5-year decrease last year for.
A 5%, I mean, we can look at my protest from last year, I have the evidence here.
I'm beginning to see no reason here for a change. I think it's a.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that we could do the math on is to see what the increase would have been last year if it hadn't gotten frozen or rolled back to the previous one.
Right, which would
And
have
and as a percentage, do the same calculation. But all that's doing is delaying the inevitable, where somewhere down the road, it's gonna catch up. The thing that I don't quite grasp yet is why there's this differentiation, which this year, and it really manifested, it started last year, it sounds like. Is there this difference or noticeable difference with the area? Now, the class of the structure is one thing that's different. The effective year, you said 84, I think, but the card says 88. I don't know if that would make a significant difference.
If I said 84, I just misread it.
Okay. Again, I just can't say why is it so different than.
For the neighborhood. The value, not the value, the values of the neighbors. I mean, that's been brought up, and it's absolutely true. That's a pretty tough neighborhood.
Yeah. Lots of strong sales.
I'm talking about the crime.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, South Rockport encompasses a pretty broad range.
No, I think it's been clarified. I don't remember last year. I can't remember. I don't remember last year issues. But, he's right. Eventually, you're gonna have to catch up.
I'm already caught up. I'm surpassed the people around me. So when are they gonna catch up?
That's our point,
I don't think
It's
so.
just, it's they're making the decision. It's fine. It is what it is.
Gonna make a motion? You guys?
Yeah, the other point I'll make.
I'm just struggling with it, right? I'm struggling with the increase. But I sort of see, both sides.
What would you mark it down if you, keeping in mind that the 15% is the neighborhood adjustment, so we shouldn't be getting into that.
Yeah, right. That's another challenge.
I was thinking half.
What do you mean?
Half of the increase.
Oh, 15%.
Yeah. I mean, you give something, then you take it away. I mean, it just really doesn't.
Next year, they're gonna be back to whatever they, Okay.
I disagree.
You disagree with what?
That you give something and then you take it back away.
Oh.
I mean, I don't see that. That's the concept I don't grasp.
The market continues to rise.
Well, what do you want to do?
Drop it $10,000.
Roughly.
Do you want?
I really think the district has proven their point in this case.
Okay.
I don't know that I go 10. I would favor a decrease if there was an understanding. This is going to happen again next year.
We'll cross that bridge next year.
Yeah, but I don't want to go through this painful discussion next year as well. And
It's either that or 2,100 other
can
people.
there be a note to say that,
No,
No, can't do
it
that.
doesn't work that way.
You can't do that.
I mean, can there be any notation that says expect next year
It's
to
expected.
catch up.
It's the
It's market.
Okay,
properties are
fine.
marching towards market value.
Then I would support the district then.
No,
No,
I just fully disagree.
I understand. Make your motion.
Okay. So I just, on case ID 2021-1608, account 15354, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level appraisal or equity value, I move that we keep the 2021 appraised value at $71,980.
I second it.
All in favor? Aye. Let the record show 3 ayes, 1 nay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
See you next year.
No doubt. Another challenge is the small amounts. When I say small amounts, when you're down in this neighborhood, a 10% increase seems a lot more.
Yeah.
Okay. But,
Well, who's next?
okay.
Where's my
Keepers walked out.
Where's my keeper?
She just walked out, ease them out.
I think she was walking them out.
Huh?
Oh, she was walking them out.
Oh,
Here she is.
All right, we have Mr. Littlefield.
With what?
Mr. Littlefield, he has 2 properties. If you want to go ahead and have a seat right there, sir. Thank you. We'll go ahead and do 629 first.
good morning, good afternoon. It just feels like one. What did you say we do first?
629. We'll go in
Page
order.
I'm on page 4 and then
I'll change it.
6, 2. Okay. Okay. Do you mind if we took a 2-minute break?
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
What's that?
Is she okay? I thought she was going back.
No.
Oh, she called Charlie. Okay.
She had something come up. 2 minutes.
Yeah, I might need one too. Well, if you want to take a quick break before we get started, that's fine.
How pages so far?
Let's see, what there was 21 or something, I think today was scheduled. 23.
If you want me to sign this paper, you put it there.
Eventually, yes. We'll all swear in here in a minute. Charlie Powers gets back.
Fair enough.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I need you to do.
Or
The
what?
one I sent you. The-
Just gonna-
Good. Oh, great. This is so great.
It's in the park.
I know, but go to the Sainsbury. Open it up. That's a lie. That's what I thought. I didn't tell you.
Yeah, those are,
I can just look it up.
yeah.
So all the ones.
Beth? Do we have anybody else for 1:30?
Yes, we have one on the phone that's waiting for us to call.
So just. It was like, I'll get it to you. So, but like 10 of them are off, you know. So.
10 of them are off.
We did 10 of them already.
Good.
But the other ones. are all the-
We have some in this trivia to go through. I'm gonna read through a script and I'll ask some questions along the way. Okay? We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-629, account 33291. This hearing is being recorded with the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. You do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communication@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary, but we do appreciate you taking it. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with all the particulars in it. Also, it will explain how you can proceed if you don't agree with it. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all, have you turned in all of your evidence? Yep. Very good, thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Your turn.
There's a swearing in script right there. If you read this.
I'm originally going to solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the president will be more and true to the. Right?
Oh, I very fast you solemnly swear that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Mr. Littlefield, are you a licensed appraiser? Governor, maybe, yes. Right in front of you, there's a sheet of paper that shows how we're going to proceed with the hearing. And you get to choose whether you go first or whether the district goes first. Which would you prefer? You'll go first.
Right. Which property we own?
The one on Dowdy,
Okay.
1007 Dowdy, right? All right. So this is the property on North Dowdy. Which, so the way to think about North Dowdy is to think about behind this building. Right behind this building and then turn left a few blocks and you hit Dowdy.
Okay.
And then that's this area back behind us. It's an area that allows mobile homes. One of the things you'll kind of pick up when you look at the card is that the value for the land is the big driver here, $54,000 land value and a $7,000 improvement value. And there's a slight neighborhood adjustment in this area, not too hefty. Then there's a picto picture there, picture of the aerial. Then when we get to the sales, you'll notice that we're comping land. So the reason for that is the value, the main value thing here that we're dealing with is land. So in November of 20, there's a sale on North Dowdy on the 300 block for $79,000. And that piece of land had, didn't have any buildings, but it did have utility hookups, 2 of them. Okay, so that's that $13,000 value. And then comp number 2 is 8,000 square feet sold on North Dowdy right across the street. They sold right across the street from each other in July of 20. So it's $44,000 for 8,000 square feet and had a, what did it have? It had a utility hookup. So then the third comp is on Cassuth, 700 block, also land. This is just raw land. So it's a 4,000 square foot lot sold for 44,000. Is equity part of this?
No, it's just.
So it's just market value. So we can go ahead and I'll go to the last page of the sales ratio report here. There were 29 sales and the appraisal district is 98.5 or 99% accurate on the sell activity. That's all I got.
Okay. So Bruce, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes.
I mean, y'all are comparing me to someone going down the street, or one across the street from me.
No, sir. When I said across the street, I meant across the street from each other. It was 301 and
That's 7 or
303.
8 blocks down. You know, there is some nice places down the street, like down towards Water Street. But it's kind of the armpit of Rockport over where I'm at. I guess I got a bunch of pictures here of all my neighbors around me.
Okay.
Never rains. I got 6-8 inches of water all in my yard. It's just trash and trailers, dogs tied to trees. It's horrible. There ain't no way I could get that. And I wish it was there. The scrub truck that's behind me. All these broke down cars and all this little travel trailers, all these quarter inches we live in, screaming and hollering all hours and night. I just don't see how anybody would ever look around and go by my place and walk with the riveters and see what I'm talking about. You can see all that trash down there. You ain't got none of that over the end of that. There's some pretty nice houses, pretty nice lots. This used to be nice. That end of the street back there, my grandparents. I come down there when I was a kid. It's just trash. That's 1 block north of me. Where I turn the block around down Cassuth Street. That's on the throwing a corner there. They got all kind of septic tanks, islands, and crap everywhere.
Construction
Yeah, on
site or
backhoes
or
there,
something?
yeah. They got some backhoes in there. It's just like it just gets worse and worse and worse.
So back up.
This old
if you
mobile
would.
home that's on there, you can't even stand it. Hurricane. Really,
Go up just.
I just ain't never hauled it off.
Right there. What's the picture, the bottom picture there?
That's where the guy that does all the pilings on he's 1 block south of it. He rebuilds piers and stuff. His father-in-law has a place out there. Why?
Kensel Pruitt.
Kensel, yeah.
Oh,
That's Kendall's-
yeah, that's
That's Kendall's old house. Have you seen how run that is? It's in there. Just horrible.
Scott, put the picto back up there. So Ray, if you would, just kind of zoom out here. Where are the comparables approximately?
Sure.
Where?
I know where two of them are.
Okay.
We were very surprised about two of them. There's Dowdy, so head towards Market. Just head till you see Gordo's. I'll get everything else up in a second. See Gordo's, we'll see two sales. Okay. It's this one and this one sold.
Okay.
And then the other one was on the 700 block Kasuth. So that's, I guess, it's 4 blocks from those this way. Wherever those were at, 4 blocks this way on Kasuth is where the other sale was. This is Dowdy, 1 block over, 4 blocks up Kasuth.
Okay.
700 block, 44,000 to make it.
This land table, is there a way to kind of show the balance of what's picked up in this land table?
Yeah, there is.
Not precise, but
Well, the thing is I'll answer that, but there's other stuff I want to say. So why don't I answer that in my whatever it's called. Yeah.
Okay. You have 2 minutes left if you need it. If not, we can move on. Okay. So Ray, then you
So the
have.
land table boundaries and the armpit. Armpit, yeah, it's a good word, really. So we let this thing populate for a second. It's a lot easier, Scott, if you go to the layers and take the parcels off. Don't, take those off. Okay. We'll need those again later, but for right now, from really from here all the way to Market, if you can imagine Market.
Okay.
Discount down there. So if you went from here to there, the land tables in here are so similar, they're almost one land table. There's a few differences, but for the most part, everything in here is the same, and we raised it all this year. The armpit, we would say, isn't right here. We would say that the whole thing is the armpit. The whole thing is a problem. People can do, and people kind of do whatever they want over here. If they want to leave a broken down house or car or clean a deer in the front yard, they just do what they want. And it's messy. So when the sales started coming in, we didn't move the land. This is the one that we wrote on our dry erase board, deal with this later. This is actually the last thing we dealt with this year. The problem was the sales kept coming in. That's the problem. And so we thought we were seeing outliers. People from out of town coming in, wanting a place to put their fifth wheel. So the way I see this, where I would be concerned as an appraiser, is if I comped, instead of Dowdy Kasuth, is if I comped Ann Vern Fuqua close to Pearl, which is different. There's the city over there.
I was going to ask, is this one of the donut holes here? It's
I think
not
this
city
is
limits?
the donut hole, yeah.
Okay.
It's gotta be, because there's mobile homes all over this.
Okay, it's not in the city.
Yeah. So if we would, and so what happens very weirdly is mobile home land starts to become more expensive than non-mobile home land in certain areas. Like that lot right there is probably more expensive than that same lot in the country club. It has to do with restrictions. You can buy that lot, put a travel trailer on it, put a mobile home on it, put your own building on it, do all your own work, and no one will, what are they gonna do? And so it becomes expensive in a place where everything else is restricted. That's what we think. I mean, we have to figure out some kind of explanation. Why someone pays $40,000 for 4,000 square feet, or $70,000 for 16,000 square feet. Why do they do it? when we thought it was worth $35,000. We raised it that much. We doubled people's land. The reason, that's why I didn't answer right away. I wanted to say all of that. Yeah, it depends on the size of your lot. Some of the lots went up a whole lot more on the short end of the schedule. Small lot. Yeah, they jumped up like crazy. Okay. But still, if you think about it, if you were gonna, I mean, that's still expensive, right? $50,000 for, I mean, it's still a lot of money that we're saying. The problem is just that it slowed us down. This slowed inside this office. We slowed down. Scott over there was the one doing the work, and I did the work. Scott did the work. I said, and Scott said, let's just stop and let's just see. So, yeah. When all the land starts getting bought up all over town, you have to ask yourself, it's like a stock market. Where are people going to go now? Apparently over here.
You are talking country club lot prices.
You are. Oh yeah, there's no doubt.
Yeah.
But in the country club, you're restricted to
Right.
many, many things, and you have to build. You have to be ready to spend $400,000 on a house.
Okay. Mr. Littlefield, you have 2 minutes for, if you need 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I just don't think it's fair. And I don't see how you jump up 40%. I don't think it. You ever want to go over there and spend the night on that street there and walk your dog? I mean, I was afraid taking these pictures and getting their address, and they might come out there and won't get by. Really? There's some rough folks over there. It's sad that it's ended up like it, because that used to be nice before grandparents lived on the corner. So the house there, since I was a little kid. Now it's way like it no more.
And this is all happening because it's not in the city. It's in the
And that's our
donut hole.
Charlie. That's our belief. We have to figure out a way to explain it. So the way we explained the stuff that was happening down by 12th and 16th Street 2 years ago was its location to Cove Harbor. You know, we have to develop some kind of why is this happening? Why are things selling for this number? Other than just the standard answer is everything goes up. You know, why is everybody buying this land? And one of the things we've noticed is that when we see a lot sell and then we drive by it, there's a fifth wheel on it in a couple of months. And you can't do that. Can't even do that in my neighborhood. I don't live in the city, but there's a county restriction where I live that says you can't do it. So when you have the option to do what you want, well, what do people pay?
It's very similar to the conversation we just recently had, and it stems from the fact that the police won't even. Very much like something we just talked about a few minutes ago. Yeah. And we're talking about houses, ex-son-in-law. Yeah, that's a rough area. Been there.
Okay, Ray, you got
Nothing else.
minute to close?
Nothing else.
You done? Okay. You have a minute to close. Anything else you want to tell us?
I don't get it.
Okay. It's our time to deliberate then.
Let me ask about the structures too. Because that while it didn't explode, it's still here we go. 71 to 78. 10%. Okay. Yeah. Gonna be exactly like it was a few minutes ago. It's nothing just $60,000 increase.
Okay, I understand your position.
Make a motion?
Motion.
Okay. So on account, or case ID 2021-69, account 33291, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we leave the 2021 appraised value at 62,200.
Okay,
I second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Let the record show 3 ayes, 1 nay.
Mr. Winkle has another one.
Okay.
630 is the case.
We're opening hearing on case number 2021-630, account 14931. We'll forego the script because it's the same intention. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have been communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F. I, Bill Stock, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Okay, we need to.
Yeah, he's ready.
Mr. Littlefield, we need you to swear in again.
I, Bruce Littlefield, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true and correct.
Thank you. Right.
I request you to solemnly swear to
Mr. Littlefield, who goes first? You will produce it.
What does it matter?
The governor says you get to choose.
I'll go first this time.
Okay. You got it. 5 minutes.
I can flip through these for you. You tell me which ones you want your evidence. Here.
What is it?
I can flip through your evidence here. I'm putting it up on the board there for you.
I just took some pictures here. Put them with the beaver block here. There's other houses on Ocean here that are comparable to mine. And they're way less a square foot than mine is. Got pictures of them. Why is mine so much more than that?
Are these for the same class of house? On the same side of the lot?
Basically, I mean, it looks like they have downstairs living quarters in there. Detached garages. Landscaping.
Same square footage?
Basically. They're a different, so they're a different grade.
Or
Got 5 FB and 4 FB.
Okay. That could be one reason there.
It's 4 FB and 5 FB.
4 FB is an average home and 5 FB is an above average home. We're on a scale of 1 to 7.
Okay.
The other thing that comes into play is depreciation, size of home, that kind of thing.
Okay.
You're in your time, so I'll let you finish.
Okay. Compared to some 5 FB homes. And theirs is less square footage than mine. You got mine at 145, you got one here $95 square foot, 113.20 square foot, 1450. Why is mine so much more? Plus I have a house with some problems. All of the decking around, I just inherited this house, but my daddy gave it to me last year before he passed away. And he wasn't much on maintenance, so. Our upkeep, it has some problems with all the decking around, took some pictures of that. She's a lot of repairs. Ever since the hurricane, you can walk inside the house. The mold or mildew smell, whatever you call it, you can smell it pretty good.
But which pictures?
Yours is a peach color, right?
Right.
And the deck that's on picture 5, page 5, is the deck you're talking about?
Right there, the handrail, you can just walk with the handrail.
Oh.
As they walk upstairs on the back end of the house, it's still.
That deck is a problem there?
Not as bad as the front. The front is a real problem.
Okay.
It's got some spots in it. Where you go down the stairs, all that still kind of clean. The landscaping. It's just a plain square house. I think y'all jumped me 117,000. 313 negotiated 593. And I took these pictures of houses, 10 houses from me.
Okay.
Same street, nice water.
You have a picture of the house, and information.
I got 2 pictures of each house. So they got a swimming pool, all kinds of stuff, hot tubs.
Okay, so you have some more time later. So Ray, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 5 minutes for your presentation. 7 minutes.
Mr. Wilco, did you say that we offered 593? Did you say we offered 593?
Yeah.
We said, hey, we settle for 593.
Send me the
settlement statement or something like that.
Yeah.
And then I'm guessing you said no.
Did what?
You said no?
Right. I didn't say no. I didn't say nothing. My daughter was doing it on the computer. Right?
Oh, okay. So let me ask you this just real quick. Would you agree to 593?
No.
Okay. There we go. That's good. I think the one way to handle this, I'll do this a little bit better this time, is to ask the board to go to my evidence and go to the card, the property card, and then we'll get Scott to go to a couple of these properties that Mr. Littlefield brought up in his evidence. One of them, Scott was like, Bill Kirk, yeah, that one, 14945. 111 Ocean. So the board can look at his property card and we'll bring it up 14945. So this is the 111 Ocean card. something just to keep in mind, guys, is that this card is at 50% complete. It's under construction. So that, yes, sir. So the numbers are obviously going to be lower per square feet at a class 4 because we're cutting the numbers in half.
Okay.
So comparing it to 100% complete or whatever the depreciated value is, like, that won't work. We'd have to cut his house by 50% in order to compare. So let's go to the next one. There was a few of them on there, Scott.
Five minutes.
Okay, I won't be too long. It's just market. It's 14940. This way I don't use up so much time. Okay, go to print. All right. Over. Okay, so this is also a 4. It's on Ocean, so that's good. It's in the same neighborhood. And it's 18% depreciated or 82% good. And this one here is 90% good. So there's an 8% difference there. And what else do we got? What else is going on here? Here's the data. So we got. So the other difference here would be, what is that, about 400 square foot difference? And 412 versus 346. All right, we have this one at 590 something. And this one at 622. So they have good similarities. And the difference is just going to be found. That's land, right? There's a land difference. There's quite a bit of difference. It's just all these peripheral items. You know, it's the extra square footage. It's the carport under. It's the garage under. It's just adding up to some difference in value is all that it is. The houses aren't a mirror image of each other.
What's the assessment of this? I just can't read it.
598. Mr. Littlefield's like at 620 something. It's a 4FB. He's a 4F. Oh, they're both 4FB pluses. This one's at $89 a square foot. His is Mr. Littlefield's at $86 a square foot. There's a little bit of difference in effective age, 8% difference in depreciation. I mean, that's what's making up this 22 plus to 24 to 25,000 is.
Has this guy been over here arguing about his tax?
I don't know. He might have.
This 2021 right here.
Yeah, we can check. That name doesn't look familiar. No. So let me go into my evidence, and I'll be pretty quick here. So Ocean is the road that connects Palm Harbor to Bahia Bay, and it is parallel with the Intercoastal Waterway. What's under protest is Q1. What you'll notice if you look at the grid is there's 2 cells on Ocean. So there's a cell for 766 on a 1,900 square foot home. Sold for 766. We're valuing it at 770. It comes out to 639. Then there's another cell on Ocean, 503 Ocean, much larger home, sold for $1 million, $1,034,000, comes out to 704. And then last but not least, there's a cell on Windjammer, 474, 200 square feet bigger, class better. It's actually on a dry lot. It isn't even on the water. Sold for 474. Comes out at 559. Giving an indicated value of 639. So here's the deal. It is, absolutely. Built in 15 years, built in 04. But it's not on, this is on a dry lot. It's not even on a canal. It's just on one of the dry lots in Bahia Bay. $44,000 land value. It's adjusting the land by $300,000. There's 2 cells on Ocean. The appraisal district is 35% low. we put a neighborhood adjustment on Ocean. You go to Ocean, you'll see a subdivision S0849, 135%. It's our job. This is how things work. We have to move value. We can't not move value. So every single person on Ocean went up. And I bet half of them have protested at least.
That was a 35%.
Yeah, that's a brand new adjustment, 35%. It's the whole thing, the whole nut in 1 year, 35%. So if it's your second home, if you don't have a homestead on it, you're easy 35%. There's no limitation to the amount that an appraisal district can raise your value without that homestead and stop them.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. I'll give you 4 minutes if you need it.
What I tell you guys.
Okay.
You made a comment earlier that very little has been done since Hurricane Harvey.
Right.
So
I had the front wall facing the street. We sheetrock and took sheetrock out of front bedroom here. I don't know, I didn't get it all. I noticed some of the walls. That's the biggest painting. Whether you can see it, that's water damage. Maybe that's why you can still smell it. Close for smell when you walk in. I spent the night in the house going down.
So it's
my boy comes down here. He's staying there 1 day a week. Works over there.
so the house a couple doors down is at 50% because they're remodeling.
Well, I mean, but yeah, about these other ones that you have me, that I'm comparing my house to that are way less than $30 square foot.
Yeah, I'm trying to come to a percentage of good on that.
The one they are right there, compared to them.
You're talking about
113.20 square foot and 114 square foot, and you're gonna be 145. Same street.
Done. This is.
They got landscaping, they got swimming pools, they got hot tubs.
Well, there's no damage really either.
The front railing of the house needs to be fixed. The stairs going up to the house. The twig.
Yeah, is that just maintenance wear and tear, or is that storm damage? Or both?
Both. I know all that railing needs to be shaken. Oh, yeah, they cross by the house. My question is, why are they so cheap? They got swimming pools and detached garages, big solid driveways here on concrete driveways.
It could be an economy of scale thing. If they're larger, it would be cheaper on a cost per square foot, but their total value would be considerably higher.
Maybe y'all was talking earlier about the price of these places. I mean, you can ask, so I'm in the car business. This is crazy right now. What's so right? I've been taking my stuff to the auction and giving 2,000 more when I'm trying to retail it on the car lot. Just ask your price, but it's going to come back down.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know that's all my life. Somebody, there's going to be a lot of people stuck on this high price stuff. What is generated is all this buying frenzy. Like a house he's talking about there in Winchester. Can't believe that house goes up. It's like you just name your price, okay, I'll take it. You know, I'll have to do a lot of repairs to this house. Keep it and or sell it or whatever I'm gonna have to do with it.
Okay, Ray, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you want. Need it.
If you're not gonna use your time, would you
Anything you need.
tell me from the card on his house, which of the decks that he's talking
The one
about?
that's 150 square feet, it's valued at $2,330. It's the second thing from the top.
Okay. What, $2,330?
$330. It's the small rectangle deck that's on the front of the house.
330, there you go. Gotcha. Thank you.
You bet.
You can get it done for 2,300. I won't get it.
Huh?
Oh,
It's
yeah,
not, it's not a cost, it's
no.
not a cost.
Right, yeah.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay, any final thoughts? We got 1 minute to close.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
We just, I hope you all being fair with us here.
Okay, Ray, anything for you?
Yeah, a couple things. One would be that we did look at one of the comps and it was 50% complete. We looked at another comp. It was a decent comparable. There's some differences in the contributory items, add up to a little bit over $20,000 in difference. Those two houses they're just not identical, but they're close. You know, you get two houses, $20,000 difference, and they're valued at $600,000. That's pretty close. That's not too bad. I agree about the buying frenzy. So market value works even in a buying frenzy. Market value doesn't work in an outlier. So if 1 or 2 or 3 people were spending too much for homes, then market value should not reflect that. But even in the people who are selling cars and someone's going to pay more, they don't go to that person and say, hey, you're paying too much for this. I don't want your money. Keep that money because it's not going to be worth that in a few years. Just don't do it. People don't do that.
We looked at one house that was comparable, that was in the 590 range.
598.
It's 598.
That was not entirely adjusted.
But I mean, it was close. It was a pretty decent comp.
Yeah, it was a decent comp.
They're just not identical in houses, you know. But
Is it our time?
It's our time.
I'm inclined to go with the original offer that was made, which was 593.
Okay.
592, 690 is what it
Yeah, that's the equity. Yeah.
if I could say something real quick that's not going to feed my case. I'm not about to feed my case. Something that most appraisers do when someone denies us a number is we often tell them, make sure you can get the review board to go to that number or less, because it's absolutely terrible to come in here and not at least get what we were going to offer.
Right.
So we're not ever trying to pick fights with people.
Right.
So I understand what you're doing, and I'm not going to stomp my feet about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Gotcha. 590.
I can go for that.
592 what?
690 is what's on the equity grid. Even though equity wasn't protested, but that's what's on the grid.
Okay.
The offer you said, Ray, was for basically
593.
Someone just averaged it. You know what I
Okay.
mean?
Yeah.
They just said, hey, this is.
Well,
pretty
go with
close.
592, 690. That's supported by the equity grid.
Okay. So I moved in on case ID 2021-630, account number 14931, and considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 appraised value from $622,730 to $592,690.
Second.
I second.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Bill. We're
So I
done.
can get a whole lot done there.
Well,
What you give a Dowdy Street down to? Same, what county you're in?
Yeah.
It didn't make-
You got 30,000 off of this one.
$30,000.
Whatever, that's a Honda, that's a Hyundai. That's a 2-year-old Hyundai. Yeah, in today's market, it's a 2-year-old Hyundai. Don't know about that. Ain't gonna buy no Hyundai for that. We done? Okay, so is there anything else? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, we increase.
All right, we got a phone call.
We're gonna take a little break. For a big break. A little bit.
Is this from the 130 or the 3?
This is for the 130, she's been waiting since 121.
Yeah, this thing's a drug.
Yeah, y'all are.
Snarky again?
I'm just saying. Gonna roll with it, how everybody's acting today.
I think.
Breather?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, man. We had a full day?
This is still the 130 target. Took 50 minutes on the first.
Yeah, that was partly my fault because I didn't realize that that value was from the previous year. You know, if I'd have just known that I wasn't looking, I should have looked there. That was the most obvious place to look. I just didn't. You know, so it was, took forever.
That's it. Just sneak up to our accounting office. Slip it.
Yeah, 'cause this-
Yeah.
Oh, it's not funny.
Yeah.
That jump right there, you didn't. We're supposed to go. We're supposed to go to Robert. I did one too. I put one in there, and then like a week later, I looked down.
Oh, it was
He actually has a local log or something. It's not a big deal. Jackie said she closed to me and really good word count.
Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, that's good. I closed everything but 3 after the American Anthem one, the Celts and Nova Scotia. Today. So that's good. And I'm working with June. Kennedy. So we started that whole process. They asked us for grids and I told them no. So we went through that.
And we can, I mean,
Going with the district.
Yeah, and then, but she said, what about us sending that spreadsheet? With, median and equity values typed in? And, so I agreed to that. Cause I can just, I won't even, whatever comes up is just, you know what I mean? Just boom, boom, this works, this doesn't work, that kind of thing. Instead of spending a bunch of time.
Yeah. 3 o'clock we have. Sorry? How many
Yeah,
3 o'clock docket do we have?
That page right there is.
And is this next phone call
Oh, yeah.
3 o'clock or is it still 1:30?
Oh, yeah, that's it.
Susan Miller? Looks like it, yeah. What's the 3 o'clock looking like?
Nobody.
We have an affidavit only, and then we have an agent that's supposed to call in too.
Okay.
And then the possibility if somebody decides to show up. Southland?
Well, they had to have shown up by now,
No, that's true.
3:15.
Yeah. Okay, so we have 3 affidavits. I don't think anybody's called.
What is going on right now? Is this affidavit?
This is 1:30. She's on the phone.
Oh,
We're
okay.
waiting.
Let's go.
Good.
That's up.
I look cold.
I trained heavily.
Now you can say it.
Try again.
I think you dialed the wrong number.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Miller.
Yes,
Hi, this is John Powers with the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this afternoon?
fine, how are all of you?
Fine, thank you. We have a little administrivia to go through before we get to the meat of the matter. So if you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions come toward the end.
Okay,
We're opening a hearing on case ID 2021-1427, account 14358. This hearing is being recorded. We're the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your request. Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the Appraisal District Office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our documentation, with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Have you submitted all of your evidence?
yes, I have.
Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Susan, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
I, Ray Presley, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board is true.
Susan, do you hold an appraiser's license?
no,
Hang on, sorry. Good place to stop you. I just wanted to point out that on the original notice of protest form, that Q1 and Q5 were ticked, not Q2 and Q5.
Okay. Got that right?
Yes, sir.
Mark.
Okay. Where was I? Do you have in front of you, or can you put your hands on the hearing procedure times chart?
yes,
Then you look at the top, you can see that either you can go first or the district can go first, and you get to choose.
I would like to go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes to state your case.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to present evidence in support of my affidavit showing why the valuation of 1802 North McCampbell should be reduced.
There are basically two reasons for this. The first is that the acreage shown in the county records is incorrect. And the second is that the property is not comparable to the properties used for the valuation in the sales presentation grid. On the first reason, I have provided a plat map in my documentation that shows that the acreage is 6.517 acres rather than 7.02 acres as shown in the county records. For the second reason, there are several photos that I've attached with my documentation that I'm going to be going through that I wanted to discuss with you. I had a drone photography survey done of my property back in May for the purpose of first finding out if there were any natural features that might qualify the property for environmental conservation, and second, to see if there was any encroachment on neighboring properties. The first picture that I'd like you to look at is called, it's 1802 North McCampbell Overview, and that is a picture that shows the subject property is in the left-hand corner of the picture, and shows it's, a heavily brushed lot, and then the two properties to the left and then above, the picture faces west. So this is to the north and west of my property that I wanted to discuss with you. If you could go to the picture that is labeled North Neighbor, you will see this is a enhanced picture that goes along the property line of my property. You'll see there are several, you can't tell if they're abandoned vehicles or if they're just kind of randomly scattered on the property. Looks like there's a water tank there, generally in disarray. If you'll then look at the next, or the picture that says West Neighbor, this shows pretty clearly there's debris on the property. Looks like an abandoned trailer that's either being torn up or just decaying on the property. Some boats, some campers, some debris, generally an unkempt property. If you look down at the bottom of that picture, you'll see there's a little trail starting. That trail is not visible from the street. This is a trail that's coming off from that private drive. There is no driveway accessing the property from either North McCampbell or Banshee Lane, so this is not visible from the street. If you look at the picture that's labeled trespassing, you'll see that what's happening is that someone is accessing my property from the west part, west neighboring property. And then if you look at the next picture that's called dumping, it looks like the reason for accessing the property is, at least in part, to dump debris. That is actually what necessitated my having a plat done of the property so that I could get the property lines drawn and a fence put up to hopefully stop that kind of activity. But in general, you can see that it's just not, it's kind of a stressed area. It's not a very nice neighborhood. If you could then, I'd like to move to the comp photos. The first comp that I want to talk about is 1610 West Moore. There's a photo of that that is from Google Earth. If you look at this photo, you can see that the neighboring properties all look very well kept. There's no debris field. Everything looks like it's in order. Looks generally like a nice neighborhood. If you could look at the picture for 1536 West Moore, that is across the street from 1610. And obviously that's a very nice house, well-kept property, something that if you were a real estate agent, you would be pleased to drive your clients past to look at building their new home on West Moore. The next comp property is 2171 Sawyer. Again, if you look at the Google Earth picture of that, the neighboring properties are well maintained, it's well organized. There doesn't appear to be debris areas. Things look like they've been put in places where they should be. In general, also just looks like a nice neighborhood in contrast to where my property is located. The last picture is of the last sales comp, which is 2325 Smith Road. Again, this is the most rural of the properties, I believe, that were comped. And, again, everything looks orderly, even though it looks like there may be some mobile home activity up in the upper left-hand parts of the neighboring property. Looks like everything's put where it belongs rather than just kind of haphazardly strewn on property,
Okay,
as is the
Susan,
primary.
let me, okay,
So, go ahead.
okay. Ray said you can have another minute or so.
Okay, well, that was all I wanted to go over. I believe that the appropriate value for my property would be around $40,000. That reflects what I paid for it when I bought my brothers out after they inherited the property from my parents after their deaths in 2015. Thank you for the opportunity to visit with you.
Okay. So then Ray, you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Yeah, just to begin with, Q1 market value and Q5 other are under protest. The Q5 other is, if you look at her evidence, there's a plat that is from Griffith and Brundrett. Looks to be done in May of 2021. And it's a Griffith and Brundrett, May of 2021. It's got land surveyor Brundrett's stamp and says 6.517 acres. So the district agrees with that. That seems absolutely correct from this document. The district will disagree on the value and the comps, whether or not they're, in a more or less distressed area or not. Scott, if you will pull up Picto, please. And zoom out. Why don't you put it on the mosaic thing, Scott, so that it won't.
Are you looking at the picture that was provided in the packet of materials that y'all sent?
The pictometry imagery, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So if we put that pictometry imagery in the packet, we're allowed to use pictometry just to look at the image.
Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that I know what you were talking about.
What I want to do real quick is show the board something, and if you know the area, then you'll be able to follow along. Scott, zoom out, go all the way to where you're getting 188 in the picture. Almost. Okay, so we raised the land value from Shaver, well, really the other side of 188, but let's just go with Shaver. We went from Shaver all the way to Guile. So there's Shaver up there, Rodeo, Longoria, Rabbit Run, Adolfo, Banny, Jacoby, Moore, Young, Guile. So all those roads that run perpendicular to 35 and McCampbell or parallel to each other, we raised that whole area based on sales. So people are buying this, they're buying the land, even though there's a broken down mobile home or there's someone squatting, they're still buying the land. So if you go to the sales grid, these comps are actually pretty good. With land, the first comp is on Sawyer Lane, which is across the bypass, but would not be considered a great area by any means. 5 acres sells for $54,000 or 25 cents a square foot. The comp is valued at 23 cents a square foot. Comp number 2 is on Moore, which is really close to the subject. We got $50,000 for 5 acres, 23 cents a square foot. The subject is at 23 cents a square foot. Comp number 3 is on Smith Road. Sells for $85,000. It's 8 acres, 22 cents a square foot versus 23 cents a square foot. And there's an acre in difference. So these comps are, they're all in that same area, 23 cents a square foot, 23 cents a square foot, 25 cents a square foot, or maybe it's 22, 23, 25. So that's what we did. Raise the whole thing. So it's, one click of the mouse, raise 200, 300 properties.
Okay, and that, I'm looking at the property card, both in the neighborhood, neighborhood information for the land, it shows 100%.
Meaning that it's not being adjusted negatively or positively in any way. It's just
Okay.
calculating.
Okay, so you're basing the new numbers in strictly on sales.
Just sales. We raised it on sales.
Okay.
We changed the land table from Guile. We really went across 188 to a road called Walker, which is when you go to 188, there's a road called Haley and Walker on the north side of 188. So the truth is we went from Walker to Guile. Guile is the last street in Aransas County south.
Okay.
So we raised it to the county line,
This would all be south of 188.
except for Walker and Haley.
Okay.
I just kind of, they're in the conversation.
Okay.
There's land sales on, there's two land sales on Walker. They were not in the comp because, they really are kind of a long ways away. But it's what people are just paying money for this land now. And that's why we're here. The value change for the 7 acres versus the 6.5 acres, we agree, but it's not going to be a big change, right? So, yeah. But we agree with her.
Okay, and we'll look at that in a minute. So Susan, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and then another 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need them. I'll put you to 4 minutes.
Sure. I guess I would just ask, wanted to verify that you would agree that the conditions of a neighborhood can't affect the property value of the property in that neighborhood, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
And I realize that, you've got the perhaps a broader picture than is sent in the packets for the overview of what property that you're looking at, but in the pictures that were provided with the packet, the comp properties are so far away, they don't even show on the same picture. Isn't that right?
No, I don't think so. Is that right? I don't know. Let me look. You're asking me a question. I guess it depends. Oh, in the same picture. Yes, ma'am. That picture isn't made for that purpose. That picture serves one purpose, and that's to make it where picto is allowed to be used in the hearing. So it could be zoomed in or zoomed out or whatever.
The picture that was sent, those properties are so far away that they don't even show in the same picture.
Sure. Yes, that's true. True
Okay.
statement.
And you would agree that, property that's next to a dump might not have the same value as a property that's next to a nice home.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. That's all I have for cross-examination. For rebuttal, I think we just have a disagreement on the effect of the general area as far as what impact that would have on the value of this. That would be my only point. Again, I do appreciate the opportunity to discuss it with you, but it does seem like from the pictures that I presented and even from the information that the county has presented, that these are simply in different areas, and this area is in a distressed enough area that I believe it would negatively impact the value of the property.
Okay, anything else? Okay, Ray, then you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you want it. Otherwise, we'll go to closing.
Closing sounds good to me.
Okay. Susan, then you have 1 minute to close. Any final thoughts you'd like to tell us?
No, I'm happy. The county has been very, very, willing to work with me and very nice about dealing with me with the plat issue and the size of the acreage. And I appreciate your consideration of the information of looking more closely at the actual areas where the property is located and determining that.
Okay.
Ray, anything?
So in closing, I think interestingly enough, the opinion of the county or the appraisal district is similar to that of the owner, except our opinion has changed based on studying the sales. We agree about the distress, we agree about people not taking care of their stuff, and in Aransas Pass, we agree with the whole idea of squatters. It's an issue, there's theft, there's all this stuff, but when the market says something different, an appraiser can't disregard it. They can't say, oh, that's just not true. That's just not real. People aren't really paying that. But I mean, we just have to study the data, and the data convinces us. That's it.
Okay. So we have our 5 minutes for deliberation.
So Ray, on land, on raw land, is the market value for sales the only driver, or is there any equity components to it?
It's all market. Everything in this office is market. There's really nothing else that we do here. We study the market and we put exemptions on properties and we get trained to do that, and everything else is just like this plat.
Well,
we don't even do anything. That's the truth.
No, where's the equity grid come into play?
Well, the equity grid would come into play under protest.
Right, okay.
So protest isn't here. I didn't.
You're correct.
I just didn't, present it.
Because it wasn't protested.
Yeah, so I just didn't say anything about it. I didn't even look at it. I don't even know. I just stopped right then.
Scott, you want to show us what happens when you change the square footage?
Are we gonna do this to this, or are we just gonna make an
It's
adjustment?
okay to do it to this, Scott.
Okay.
Because this is a
'Cause
plat.
I just put a note into it for it.
6.517. It's a perfectly good plat. It was done in May of 2021. It's got the stamp. It is the lot. I guess we could do that. Make sure it's lot 34 before we do it. I didn't do
I
that.
didn't look at that. Yeah, lot 34, block
Okay.
217.
Yeah, so, yeah.
All right.
And you can see how there's a slant on that whatever the northernmost side. And that probably eats up the almost half acre incorrect that we were at.
Is it 6.54 is what it is?
6.517.
And I'm sorry, you all can't see what I'm looking at. Sorry.
All right.
Close it to go back to this. Remember. 65170.
Calculate. Did you already recalculate?
I did. Sorry.
Okay, that's the change. I can't see it from here.
65170.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Just so happens that.
Gosh, that's the same number as.
As the
$10,000 an acre.
Okay, gotcha.
Go ahead and make the motion. Any other discussion?
I'm troubled by whether we should put an economic.
That's where I was heading for discussion about equity. But
Well, you can't, the trouble is you can't. You can't get it out of. You can't get it out of equity.
Yeah.
We know that what borders on your property affects your value. And this is a clear-cut case of encroachment. Trespass. And the stuff around it is junk. Now, the only question is, if you start at 65170, what do you take off, 15?
I was thinking 5.
Well, how about we compromise at 10?
Okay.
Make it 55,170, that's an economic.
Okay.
You okay with that?
I am. How much you do?
You okay with that?
Absolutely.
55,170, that takes into consideration the change in the size from the plat.
Yeah.
And an economic
obsolescence. Okay. So on case ID 2021-1427, account 14358, when considering Q1 market value and Q5 other, which is the acreage adjustment, I move that we lower the 2021 property value from $70,200 to $55,170.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Susan, do you understand what we just did?
Yes, I do.
We corrected your square footage, and we gave you a $10,000 off for economic
Obsolescence.
economic obsolescence, which means that the encroachment and the people that are bordering your property are trash.
Well, let's hope I can stop them from doing that.
I hope you can, man.
Good fences make good neighbors.
That's right.
Yep.
Unfortunately, wire cutters make, for bad fences.
Yep.
Well, I do appreciate your consideration.
Yes, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you, you too.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And does that get entered in such a way that it's doesn't go away next year, or how is it dealt with next year?
No, that'll stay on the property, yes, until you,
We disagree.
that's fine.
That's how it works, guys.
We disagreed before.
Yeah, we disagreed before, we'll be all right.
It's your ruling.
The most
It's
important,
an
the most
ARB
important
ruling.
thing we got going is 3 more cases.
Okay.
3 more cases.
But I think to answer your question, I think it stays on there 2 years, is that right?
Unless the market.
Oh, okay. Which
So
is
the.
very well.
Where's that?
Well,
Whether it's land or, three more cases.
I think it's 3 more cases for the day, right?
Yeah, but that said at least one of them, 2 of them.
2 of them are affidavit, 1 of them was not, I don't know.
We'll do the live one first. Then she said something about a property agent for 2 of them, 2 of the 3 that hadn't showed up at 3:15, so maybe we just have one. Yeah, maybe.
Beth will know.
Beth will know, that's right.
We hope.
Beth will know. Let's go with that. Okay. Except for that, we have nothing else.
There's no phone call from them. But they turn in affidavit, so we're getting Mike to look at it and see what he thinks, and then we might bring it to the board. This one is the affidavit only.
Okay, so we do have an.
We do have an affidavit.
Okay, let's do it.
We're on to angst. Beth,
Huh?
Where are you?
I'm right here.
How many do we have left?
We have an affidavit.
Yes.
I'm looking for my thing. Hold on. And then there's two more that they did not call, but there's affidavits submitted. So we're gonna bring that to you after this.
So we have 3 affidavits.
Yes. Case 237 is the first one.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, we have an affidavit, by affidavit hearing. Opening hearing on case number 2021-237, account 25032. This hearing is being recorded. We have the Appraisal Review Board hearing a protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with the tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.60.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I request that you solemnly swear.
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Okay, this is from Patel Gaines. Patel, Monday, attorneys at law. Sent to us via fax, Rankin County Appraisal District, protest affidavit, protest ID number 2032. Dear Sir, Madam, close please plan 1. Protest affidavit, with the ID reference for the 2021 year. Additionally, please return file, stamped copies of which are request to our office. Received for your convenience, self-addressed stamped. Thank you. Please don't hesitate to contact me with any questions. Somebody, Stetler. Protest affidavit for me, the undersigned notary on this day, personally appeared Kathleen E. Stetler, who, after being not by me first duly sworn upon her oath, disposed and did say, my name is Kathleen E. Stetler, and I am more than 21 years of age, of sound mind, and capable of making this affidavit. The fact statements set forth in this affidavit are true and correct within my knowledge. I am authorized to bring this protest and file this affidavit on behalf of Rockville Family Partnership Limited as owner/lessee of the property located at 33 Bahama Drive, Rockville, Texas 73, with reference by account number 25032. And 3. The owner's lessee's mailing address is 200 East Bass Road, Suite 300, San Antonio, Texas 78209, and the property's legal description is Key Labor Unit 3, Block 12, Lot 2728, and Waterfront East. The owner/lessee seeks relief from the following determinations of the appraisal district as it relates to the property in the 2021 tax year. Incorrect appraised market value pursuant to section 4225 of the Texas Property Tax Code. Value is unequal compared with other properties pursuant to section 4226 of the Property Tax Code. Furthermore, for the purposes of this administrative proceeding, the owner and lessee's proposed 2021 unit value is $1 million. Lastly, the owner slash lessee and or representative there do not intend to appear at the property appraisal review board hearing, and this affidavit serves as the owner slash lessee's evidence and or argument. Further, I can't ever say that. Say if not, Kathleen E. Costello. This is notarized by Dulce Rios. That's it. That's the end. And the value $1 million. I looked at the protest form, the original protest form, and it is in fact Q1, Q2. So there's no cross-examination. I'm going to jump right into our evidence. This is a home that was valued in 2020 for 2.1 and change. It is on Bahama Drive in Kia Lake Road. And Scott, will you pull it up on Picto so that everybody can just kind of see where we're at? We're going to talk about some dollars. Wow. So this is on the end of Bahama, overlooking Little Bay. All right, now we know where we're at. 2021 card shows a value of 2.4 million and change. And the sales grid. Comp number 1 is a $1.7 million sale on Bayshore. After it does all of its calculations for comparing and contrasting, gives a value of 2.34. Comp number 2 is a $1.669 million sale on Kirtland. That's the same thing, gives a value of 2.549. Comp number 3 on Blue Heron. Sold for 1.39. That's the same thing, gives a value of 2.533. There's a very large land adjustment in there, 945,000. 33 Bahama, I guess the place next door. So, oh, this is the one that sold. Yeah. So the lot sold in 19 next door to this place. Sold for $1 million, $1,030,000. Just the one. All right, so equity is also under protest. 33 Bahama. First comp is 50 Flamingo. It's also a 7ST. It's a little bit larger, like 3,000 square feet larger. It's an 8,000 square foot home compared to a 8,700 square foot home compared to a 5,600 square foot home. Gives a value of 2.596. Both of them have extremely large land values. You'll notice they're both over $1 million. Comp number 2 is on Jamaica. In Jamaica, it's a 6ST, 7,600 square feet, $1.7 million in land, and gives a value of 2.452. Last but not least, comp number 3 is on Finisterre, 19 Finisterre. Gives a value of 2.406 and has a land value of 912. There's a large land adjustment there. The listing in here, I believe, is just placed in here for reference to show that this $3.2 million sale that's on Finisterre that's pending, went pending within the first month of listing. Or the second month of listing, something like it's just a reference point to show that expensive homes are selling. I would also add that every one of our sales comps, make sure I'm right here. Yeah, every one of our sales comps sold for over $1 million. All of them are in Key Lake. My little tablet is shutting down. I was done.
Okay. Not saying anything. Yeah. Some of these sales are 19 money, and they were bringing over $1 million. I mean, what they bring today.
$1 million for a piece of land.
Yeah, the land comp next door. It took 6 years to get $1 million. but it's still running $1 million. It was on the market for 6 years. Oh, well, yeah. We've been here for 17, so. Most of the time it's been on the market.
Crazy. Feel like
Oh, yeah. Go ahead and make the motion. Okay, so on case 2021-237, account number 25032, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, equity value, I move that we keep the 2021 appraised value of $2,408,290.
What happened with
Next.
that?
Second.
Oh, we-
All in favor?
Yeah,
Aye.
we're gonna go ahead and do these. You might say, yeah, they follow the instructions.
Okay.
This side, if y'all want to see it, but
No,
you go.
two more. Same owner, right?
Well, same agent, they're both
Same
in
agent.
South Plan that's doing it for them.
So just give us.
We're gonna go 301.
That's what I'm
Order
gonna give
case
us.
numbers?
Give us that.
Can we swear in one time? No, 2.
If you sign.
Never mind.
it.
2. Never mind. 2.
Oh, you don't-
You can't.
Are we gonna come back? I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Or do we have to come back?
We lumped all those, we lumped all those together.
No, with the, that's what we on this, read the script. What number was it?
301.
301.
On page 7. That's all.
This is an affidavit hearing. Opening hearing on case ID 2021-301. Account 88099110. This hearing is being recorded. We are the President of the Review Board of the hearing and protest today. We do not work for the President District. We are appointed to perform an independent review of protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. The information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all handwritten material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anybody about the protest. Signing affidavits to that effect. I shall proud to solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.6.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166.
I, Bill Duff, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I raise my three, solemnly swear from the. Sorry.
We won't make you do it again. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F. It's her fault, is the problem. She distracted you, I can tell. Learning your lesson.
Hey, Beth.
I learned nothing. Yes.
Beth, I don't have the evidence for 14495 in my tablet. So.
You can.
Oh, goodness gracious. Never mind. Never mind. Okay. Got it. Yeah. That's great.
Divided interest.
Undivided. All right.
Undivided.
Got it.
Got it?
200.
What's the case number?
301.
88. Oh, the case number?
The
301.
document says property ID 14495. And this thing says 8809.
That might be one of the child accounts.
Okay.
It's a, yeah.
Okay.
The UDI.
Okay, fair enough. Gotcha. All right, I'm gonna start reading here. This is the affidavit for Southland, which is an agent. Agree? Yes. So property ID is 14495. 1220 Rodeo Drive. Can we make sure that at least matches? Is that right?
It does.
Yes,
Okay.
1220 Rodeo Drive, Aransas CAD.
Okay. Has the hearing time, the hearing type, market slash unequal, tax year under protest 2021, deer appraiser review board, property owner feels the property value is over market and unequal compared to similar properties. Attached, you will find an equity valuation markup detailing the subject properties equitable recommended valuation of $23,958. The recommended value is derived by using the median appraised value of the reasonable number of comparable properties, appropriately adjusted, consistent with section 4226 of the Texas Property Tax Code. We respectfully request a value of $23,958. I swear that foregoing is true and correct to the best of my knowledge. Signed, M. Jordan Hanson, notarized by Kelly Cottrell. And then on the back here, there are some comps. And they are, so 14495 is the subject. Yeah, read it real well.
It's easier on the wall.
Okay. I just want to make sure on this thing, it says 217,800 square feet. Is that accurate? So what is 5 times 43, 560?
Correct.
Okay, so we're in good shape. I just want to make sure that the data is. So up here on the wall, there's the subject is the top one. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 comparables. And they, in their paperwork here, they said equity. So they're presenting median appraised value, of properties properly adjusted. So you've got 200,000 square feet, 800,000 square feet, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 200, 100, and 200. With land values that are spitting out numbers like 13 cents a square foot, 6 cents, 11 cents, 11 cents, 11, 11, 11's all the way down at 1 cent, and then 11. All right. Median value is 11 cents. They're taking that 11 cents and multiplying it times 217,800 and coming up with that proposed value of 23,958. That's their.
That's for half of it's undivided.
I don't believe so.
Yes.
It's for half.
Yes.
Oh, it is.
Yes. Same.
No, I understand, but is it actually
it's really
14?
It's really 5 acres, and then so each person pays half of, or is appraised at half of 23,958.
I think it's half 23,958. That's what I think. That's true.
Scott,
So what is the question?
what is the account market value in the parent account?
Parent account is the market value. It is 5 acres, 58,130.
So it's the 5 acres. That's the 5 acres. They're doing the whole thing right here.
Yep.
So they're saying
You're
5 acres. This is a affidavit. We don't normally do this, but I want to do a little bit of a cross here. And I want to look at 61159, the one that's valued at 1 penny a square foot. I just want to see it on picture. 61159.
Part of the lake.
All right,
Okay.
well, while we're doing it, Scott, go back and do the other one, 14455 on Mongolia. I just want to see what it is.
More kind of deal. It's the whole piece. Yeah. A lot of water.
I don't have anything else to say.
But,
With that.
what was the speculation correct? There is 23, they're suggesting 23,958.
For the total.
For the whole
For
one.
the total,
Half,
and then-
half for each. Okay. That's good.
We're going back.
all right, so now if we just go to the
Right.
CAD's evidence here. I'll keep going. So the way that this works is the property numbers will not match up, right? Because the details are only in the parent account. The child accounts, which are under protest, they're there, but they're virtual. They actually don't hold any of the true data, like the acreage and stuff like that. They get their numbers off the calculation. So 8809,910 is the parent account. The value is 58,130. The previous value was 28,130. The property is on Rodeo Drive in Aransas. Ironically, we just had a protest over a property on North McCampbell, in which I said we changed the value from Walker to Guile. This is in the same place. This is a stone's throw away. It's caught up in this land change. We've changed the land. So the cells here, Longoria is one of them. We didn't use their comp, we used a different one. Sold for $69,000 for 5 acres or 32 cents a square foot. The one on Walker that I was telling you all about earlier, sold for 5 acres. Telling you all about, gosh, that's terrible. When I talked about the sales from Walker to south of Aransas, not when we were talking about this at any other time other than that last hearing. So 329 North Walker Road sold for $93,500 for 5 acres or 43 cents a square foot. Then there's a sale on Rodeo. Sold for 30 cents a square foot, 4 acres for $59,000. The subject property is 5 acres. We have a value of $58,000, 4.5 acres sold for $59,000. Same road. They're about, well, one's address 1200 block, one's the 1000 block. Median value here is 76,000. All right, so equity is also under protest. So we've got 1220 Rodeo, 1320 Rodeo, 1120 Rodeo. You'll notice they're the same size, they're the same value. And then also third one, also on Rodeo, same size, same value. That's it.
District made their case.
Yeah.
Okay.
The spreadsheet that they provided. How? Yeah, thank you. Those values are coming from where? From
well,
the land dollars. It's not sales, right?
no, sir. They wouldn't pay in there. It's got in their affidavit of evidence. They used their wording carefully and said that they equitable recommended valuation for the median appraised value of a reasonably number of variable properties, not sales comparison. So they went up. They're kind of going after equity. I think they're not giving sell dates or anything.
Right.
So the assumption is they're saying we're unequitable with this property. That's why, because of that, that's why I wanted to pick their 2 outliers out and just look at them. Just say, hey, what are your outliers? What do you stick it in your data?
Right. Yeah, I
Prove
understand.
it. Yeah.
But these values are what? Appraised value?
Yes, sir.
And they're 2021 appraised value?
That's correct.
Is it just a coincidence that, and up on that brain dead at this moment, but 1220 Rodeo Drive is the subject,
Yeah.
and that their valuation is 29,065, which is the undivided interest of the HB Moody something partnership
So
limited.
they're showing their 50% ownership in the $58,000 total.
So when they come down to the bottom and they say, our opinion is that it's worth 23,958, that's just.
We can assume times 2. Right? That's the assumption.
They're saying
23,958 times 2 would be
just under 50,000.
just under $50,000. Right. They're not saying 23. That's the assumption we would make from their data.
I took it completely opposite.
Different,
I did
yeah.
as well, and that's why we were asking, because it's certainly not clear.
So they're saying they think it's worth 46,000.
Right.
Change.
And the owner's not here to have a closing, but the district is here to have a closing. And the thing that I would point out here is in their equity comparison, they didn't use anything on Rodeo. Not one of those comps is from the street that they're on.
Yeah.
So that's a red flag from our opinion. That's a red flag.
Okay.
I'm good.
So on case ID 2021-301, account number 8809910, considering incorrect appraised market value Q1 or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeded the median level of appraisal or equity value, I move that we maintain or keep the current 2021 evaluation of $29,065.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Hearing is closed. Now we go to 304.
Yes, sir.
Opening hearing on case ID 2021-304. Account 8810252. Hearing is being recorded. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided in the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 41.45H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
All right, that's the solemnly
District representative will now read the affidavit into the record.
Aransas County Appraisal District, and then this Franklin Report, property ID 54761 on 2804 Monkey Road. Ownership is HB Moody Partnership Limited. Hearing type is for market/unequal. Tax year is 2021. Property owner feels the value is market and unequal compared to similar property. We respectfully request the value of $51,750. I swear the foregoing is transcribed to the best of my knowledge. Signed, Ian Jordan Hanson, notarized by Kelly Cottrell. June 21, 13th of June 21. That's it. Make sure that's all I have. You guys okay, so that's it. So they're requesting a value of $51,750. The district will go into its evidence. This is on Monkey Road. This is at a value
$51,750.
Is that right, the previous year?
Yeah, they just want to roll it back.
My account is glitching. So, this is another UDI property?
Yeah.
Okay,
Same owners, different property.
just a different property in a different place. Okay, so we've got another UDI property. The overall market value for the total UDI parent account in 2020 was 103,500.
In 2020.
Unless I have bad data, my iPad thing here keeps flipping back and forth
No, that would be
between,
correct.
did I say something wrong?
Right, just go.
Yeah, I can't do this. It just keeps going. It
Yeah.
keeps going back to the previous case. I even backed all the way out. Okay. So that's what I have is 103,500 on 88100252. Scroll down. This is on Monkey Road. It's a UDI. The ownership percentages on the screen. Go up, Scott. Let's hold it to the next one. So that's one card.
It's the parent.
That's the
That's
whole
the
thing.
parent.
112,500.
That's the second card.
Yes.
50% of that.
50% ownership. Okay, thank you. So that's the 50%. That's the number divided by 2. Then of course 50%. And then so this is on Monkey Road. And here's some cells. We have 10 acres on Monkey Road, valued at 112,500. Over here, comp number 1 is Monkey Road. 10 acres, exactly, that's sold for $150,000. Cresta Lane is 9.9 acres, sold for $95,000. Rodeo, we're back to Rodeo again, 4 acres, sold for $59,000, and Longoria, 5 acres, sold for $69,000. Gives you a value of $128,532, showing that we're actually light on this particular property. Go to equity. So equity, Monkey Road, Monkey Road, Monkey Road. Hold on. Let's start with the end there, Scott. So the second comp is smaller. I mean, the first comp is smaller, second comp is a little bit, no, it's the same size. There's a value there. And the median equity value is 112,500, and that's because it's chasing itself because it's on the same land table. So that's it. It's in
25.8 cents a square foot.
Oh, okay. So the median is 28 cents, almost 29, and then we're valuing it at almost 20 cents. So yeah.
Straightforward.
Why is,
So I move on case ID 2021-304, account number 8810252. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds median level of appraisal, equity value, that we maintain the 2021 appraised value of $56,250.
Nice.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion to adjourn.
I move. Go ahead.
I moved it to adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Okay.
That's got